roll right in. So, just a reminder for those of you that watch my replay content, you can always fast forward if we do have a minute or minute and a half intro. Today, we're going to get right into it for the replay viewers. We're going to get started quick and easy, y'all. So, this is the Kool-Aid channel. Kool-Aid. Tina, thank you. And this reminds me too, hey guys, it is a day and a half before the military pays us. Not saying you can't super chat or join or anything, just consider PayPal. It'll really help to get us through until payday. But it's just a consideration. I appreciate all of you. Especially thank you, Tina. Really appreciate you. Okay. Now, this is what is left of a great clip channel. A great clip channel that edits their videos. So this channel does not go against fair use. But unfortunately, the way fair use law works, it's very complicated. It's very hard to understand at first, okay? Now, the first thing I'll say before we go into this is for Kool-Aid. Justice for Kool-Aid, justice for Dre. Kool-Aid does edit their videos, and the consideration of fair use, you cannot hide behind fair use. Something either is fair use or it isn't. If you're going to strike a channel, you better be ready to prove that they violated your copyright, or they violated fair use, or they violated your right. But this is why I keep saying, with Betty supporting Molly while she does this, Betty tried to do this to Burnt Toast. With that being true, and other people, with that being true, they don't care about rights. They only care about their own rights because they're narcissists. So let's start right here. Kool-Aid went down. And from what we can tell, Kool-Aid had 3 strikes. If that's not true, Kool-Aid can let us know, can update us later. But from what we can tell, Kool-Aid got 3 strikes. Now, if you're going to strike a channel, what you need to do as YouTubers is you need to do it legally and properly. You have to sign your name. Molly had to sign her name legally to each of these strikes. It is against the law, it's illegal, and it is not right for someone to abuse this system. And I'm going to prove to you that Molly did prove the system, and that she knew she was... What did I just say? Did I say that wrong? I might not have. I'm going to prove to you that Molly did misuse the system, did abuse the system, and I'm going to prove that she knew what she was doing the whole time. First off, 3 strikes. Now, that doesn't matter. I'm just trying to tell you the details. If Molly filed more strikes, we couldn't tell. We checked other links from Kool-Aid. Seems like she filed 3. The number of strikes doesn't matter, but she's supposed to file every strike through the main brand or the channel that had the content taken for legal purposes. So, number 1, any strike that she filed that didn't come from the main channel or the channel where the content originated from, Kool-Aid should immediately appeal it and use that as an excuse for why these strikes are invalid. And I do believe myself, and again, I can't be sure, but I have to say I believe that Kool-Aid would get any strike not filed from the originating or main brand channel thrown out immediately. Though, if you notice, this doesn't say Molly Go Lightly. Right here, it says Marissa Dardinsky, and this doesn't say Molly Go Lightly. It says Live with Molly Go Lightly. Now, it is a possibility that this video was struck, that the video here that was struck had some small clip from the Live with Molly Go Lightly channel. But from what we could research, what we could find, it was from the main Molly channel. So why did Molly use 3 different channels, which is completely against the process? It's against what you're supposed to do if you're filing copyright strikes. Why did Molly use 3 different channels to file these strikes? 3 or more, but we know that she used at least 3 channels to file these strikes. Because if Molly files strikes inappropriately, and it's obviously inappropriate, it will cause YouTube to do what they've done to Bulhorn Betty in the past. Betty got in trouble, and YouTube wrote Betty and told her that she was misusing the copyright system in filing strikes against Burnt Toast, and if she did it anymore, they would delete her channel. That is what Molly is doing. So she's trying to avoid getting in trouble. She took active, intentional steps where if Kool-Aid was to appeal and YouTube said, this is obviously fair use, why is this person filing strikes like this? Is she misusing the system? Is she trying to get this channel deleted? Is she trying to get a video taken down? Because you file a strike to tell that person, you violated my copyright and we need to go to court and handle it if you don't do something to rectify it. Okay? So that anything where you try to take a channel down or you try to take content down is you misusing it. You're not supposed to use it for that. That's not what it's for. So how do we know that it was absolutely intentional? Because if you do file false strikes, YouTube can, if they look into it, give you a strike for each false strike that you file to tell you, don't do it anymore or you're going to lose your channel. If you use the copyright system to an extreme degree inappropriately, they will just straight delete you. So what Molly has done is spread the strikes against Kool-Aid across several channels so that if she does get a strike, it won't affect her main channel. But what Molly doesn't understand is if you've got more than one channel on YouTube and you get a strike on one channel and then the other, that is you having two strikes because you only are allowed to have one AdSense account. You're only allowed to have, your content. It goes across. Wicked says she trying to be slick. Exactly, Wicked. She's trying to be slick and she got caught. This proves that she knew originally and beforehand. She knew beforehand that oh shit, I forgot to take my medicine. Sorry, I have to see if my sweetie pie will go grab my medicine for me. I think she said she would. I ate and forgot to take it. Anyway, though, this proves that Molly knew what she was doing and was taking active steps to make sure that if she did get in some trouble, it wouldn't take her channel down. This is ridiculous. A false striker, someone that goes around filing false strikes on YouTube, people have lost their entire careers for this. One example is Mundane Matt. Now Matt did come back and try to kind of make up for it years later, so I'm not, shitting on the guy completely. I am for what he originally did, but anyway, my whole point in the end, Molly knew what she was doing, y'all. Molly did this on purpose. She wanted that channel to go down, and I believe the reason she wanted the channel to go down after Molly had already said that she knows that this channel is fair use and what this channel is doing is fair use. I think she wanted the channel to go down because she didn't want you to see what a couple of the videos that were uploaded to that channel. And we do have on Nonsense's channel, Nonsense posted to her community tab some stuff that you've got to see. Because it will completely expose that Molly, what I just said about, it's additional evidence out of Molly's own mouth that she did this on purpose. Also today, I'm going to take my sweater off. Also today, will you grab me an undershirt, honey? Do please? I'm sorry. I'm so needy. I'm so needy. Also today, we've got Betty driving across the country to meet up with Molly Golightly. And an entire community's necks. Everybody is wearing sweaters. Everybody in that community is wearing turtleneck sweaters. Some people have opted to wear multiple scarves. Some people went out and got a neck brace and pretended that they had a broken neck or a pulled muscle because they just want to make sure that if Betty is in their town and she tries to go for their necks, she's going to have trouble. You know, that neck brace adds a lot of cushioning. And we all know that Bulhorn Betty has trained her hands to be able to get, you know, around those neck braces. You know what I'm saying? But if anything will give you additional time, if anything will buy you a few minutes, even a scarf, even a neck brace, that's some genius stuff from that community. And we've got video after video after video after video after video of them going through and walking through this community and running amok and doing the doo-doo. Today on UniRock Live, we're getting started early because we got way too much for you, and I've got to get my I have to work on uploads, man, and I stopped because we keep getting all this new stuff in. We got to get going. We got to get moving with this, so I'm going to go ahead and start this off. Now, I just said it. I think I said it in the beginning, but just to make sure, if you support us today, I'm not saying you've got to. You don't even have to support us. I'm just trying to say, for those of you that like our show, want to support us, consider PayPal, because we get paid in a day or two. So whatever you send us will really help us through the next day or two until the check comes in from the military. But you don't have to. It's optional. And I think that's all I've got to say. I just want to make sure. Oh, like and subscribe here and UniRock too. And let's get started, because everybody's necks in one small community wearing scarves or a neck brace could save their lives. It could save their lives. It looks like Safari Dream might want me to give away some rocks. I'll give you guys some rocks here in a minute. Let's get started here. We got way too much to look at, and this is going to be way too funny, y'all. This shit's hilarious. Okay, first things first. Hey, what's up, Nick? Good to see you, buddy. We support Kool-Aid around here, around these parts. She really is offended by those who love the Kool-Aid channel and not willing to drink her Kool-Aid. She really is. And just so everybody knows, we support Kool-Aid. So, Molly posted this. Deleted channel. 2 hours ago, I took down Kool-Aid for the second time. Even though they were hiding under fair use, you can't hide under fair use. You can't. Tom, exactly. You can't hide under fair use, Molly. You sound like the serial DMCA abuser named Acer Thorn. You can't hide under fair use, Molly. You either are protected by fair use, which means you have a right to do what you're doing. And you filing false strikes you're stomping, you're just destroying their right. You're just taking it away. Use and trying to wiggle up and use some fancy editing. What are you talking about? That editing, this is like saying, hey guys, if you take out all of the commentary and you take out all of the editing, they are using my content and it's not fair use. You just admitted that the editing takes it above, it takes it to fair use. You just admitted it. This isn't even the main admission, guys. This isn't even the main one. But this is major because based on what she's saying here, if you're going to admit they're using fancy editing, that means they take a lot of time and effort to transform the original content into something different so that there are several things you have to look at when it comes to fair use. One is whether it's transformative. Is it a direct reproduction or is it different in many ways? That doesn't mean you can just do a couple little tricks and get outside of fair use, but it does mean that for the sake of someone trying to show you several things that a YouTuber has said in clips, and they use a bunch of different editing tactics and they put time into it, that does transform the content. The second thing you look at is whether it is a market replacement for the content. Would somebody go to Kool-Aid and that take away from would that replace the content on Molly's channel? Now, if it is transformative, it doesn't matter. But the point is, if you just freshly upload someone else's stuff, they can go there and watch it, and they won't need to go watch it there. That's not why people watch Kool-Aid. They watch Kool-Aid to see the lies that are being told, the hypocrisies, contradictions, the extreme behavior that's clipped there, which means it is transformative. It's an admission of you. Now, this is why Molly filed these strikes from different channels, guys. This is why. Because she knows. This is just more evidence she knows. And YouTube is not playing anymore. What do you mean YouTube is not playing? No, when you are misusing their system, it's an automatic system. Nobody at YouTube was even involved in this, Molly. You're straight lying. You're misusing an automatic system, and it's automatically taking that channel down. No one at YouTube is involved until she files appeals, right? And she might not want to file appeals because she might not want you to dox her, which means you are doubly against the terms of service. Just so, Molly, just so you know, you are against terms of service. You are, not Kool-Aid. We all know it. You're not going to hide it. So, let me see if Nonsense has the other posts, or if she just has that one really quick, because there's other stuff she said. Okay, I think that, yeah, I think this is the only one she has. So then later, like down here, down under this, I don't really have it in front of me right now. I might pull it up later. But down below this, one of the most insane things is that she eventually admits even more and just admits that she is in the wrong in doing what she's done. And she talks about Michelle. She says that she couldn't watch Michelle's main channel because Michelle droned on and yada yada. But there was a clip channel of Michelle's that she would go and watch so that she could see Michelle's lies, hypocrisy, crazy behavior. She's admitting that she knows that clip channels are fair use. She knows the basis behind that fair use because she sees how she going to Michelle's content, watching her stream, and the edited clips are transformative. How they have transformed the work, how it's not a replacement for that work, because when you watch Michelle's content, there are all these other things that you're faced with. You feel me? You see what I'm saying? So I just want to make sure that we have the entire package here at the beginning of the video so we can move on. She is a false flagger. She is a false striker. It's one of the worst things that a YouTuber can be exposed for. It's one of the worst things. It basically says, I am going to take away your right to make your videos, but then I'm going to go sit and make money on mine. And there is literally no reason. Like, Molly, you better be careful because you're going to end up pissing someone off, and you'll make somebody mad who doesn't mind breaking the rules, and they'll come after you. And if you haven't networked with YouTube before, if you haven't been on the platform for a long time and have additional protections like some of us have, then you might just be up the shit creek without a paddle, if you know what I'm saying. You might be knee deep in the doo-doo. Speaking of an entire group of people being knee deep in the doo-doo, we need to move on, boo-boo, because we've got Betty and Molly. Bulhorn Betty, the Bulhorn strangler herself, Battery Betty, has decided that she's going to go, and they are going, her and Molly, to sleuth on the ground. They're going to put their heels on the ground, and they're going to get more details about what happened than even the police could. And they think that after just a day, just since our stream from yesterday, they think that we have already Navy, if you're available, man, you can jump in whenever you want. Cherie, we love you. I'm not going to share everything here, but we love you, okay? You know that, right? We love you. I hope you're okay. I don't see her in the chat. I'm just giving her a message. But they think that in one day, they've already uncovered more than the police ever could. And they say that it wasn't a... Now, this is very ironic because it goes in line with what they exploited and what they lied about in the Dre McRae case. You see what I'm saying? They are going into a three-person susu and acting like one of them was the murmur and the others are the victims. It ain't no susu. So they're, again, invalidating a susu, lying about a susu. This one is very strange. It's very different, and they are doing it with no facts, with no evidence, not even with any type of rumor or any type of argument. They're just lying. They're just telling people that the daughter did it, and she did it to the parents, and she's a murmur. It's not that she was a susu and that they susued Tutu. Oh no, not according to them. So let's go over and pull up one of our favorite channels, Heels in the Air, because she's got some clips and she's got some interesting things that I think we need to see. Some of them are really short. Actually, a lot of them are really short. So we're going to take a look at them real quick and make sure that if we react to someone like Heels in the Air, they are a commentary channel. They do a lot of work. And I want you to go there and support them, sub to them, like their stuff, share their stuff, and help them grow their channels. When you see another channel that's part of the community, of course, that we look at, okay? Let's get moving.
Hey, Bubba.
Navy, hey! Let me read what Jessica says really quick so I don't miss it. Jessica says they actually think they know more than professional investigators, law enforcement, yet they can't form a complete sentence or comprehend basic logic. I know, Jess, I know. Navy, we've got so much insanity today, man. I didn't know if you'd be around because we went a little early or what you got going on, but I'm glad you got to stop by here because, man, it's crazy. What we got is crazy.
Oh, I've been watching the show and stuff, and I've been looking into general stuff to see what's been happening throughout the day. I don't understand how something can be fair use and still be strikeable.
It definitely isn't. Nope.
Right.
And she admitted it was fair use and went ahead and struck it. That's why she should, you know, it's amazing to me, is just like all of you, that she still has a channel. But again, it takes sometimes these kind of things building up to get somebody to lose their channels. Unfortunately, if the person who she strikes doesn't go and try to fight against her, there's really not a lot other people can do. A lot of times it's like this, and it's why they choose their targets wisely. It's why they make sure that it's somebody who doesn't want their identity out there, like when Betty was attacking this person claiming R, right? And they tried to basically intimidate and bully those people because they know that there's going to be a very low chance that they're going to fight back. It's really bad. Really bad. Oh, Kathy, I know, but Navy, did you know that Molly took a magnifying glass and she's trying to pretend that she's Inspector Gadget or some shit, or she's like Sherlock freaking Holmes? Sherlock Go Lightly out here. Sherlock Go Lightly out here with his heels in the air. All right, here we go. I love this song.
Oh, Heels has one of the best intros ever.
Yeah, I love her music.
Rough around the edges, Betty go off sometimes, but her intentions, I know, are good because I've been.
No, they're not. You're lying. You're a liar, or you're just incompetent, whoever you are.
Around Betty, I know how much she cares.
She doesn't care. She hates victims. She hates them. I just played a clip. Wait a minute. Who is this? Who is this guy, chat? Is this? Is this?
That's Dolly.
This is the guy that was accused of R?
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the guy that assaulted a woman at a protest?
One and the same.
What? But Betty said that a woman would want to sleep with this person yesterday in our stream. She said this, that a woman would want this person. I remember it very clearly. That's not possible.
Really.
This girl seems very, very disturbed. But one thing I did notice is, I kept feeling, because I noticed this little.
Y'all, look, if you want to get mad at me for it, I understand, but I'm going to be sharing my PayPal link throughout the entire stream today. I mean, I'm pretty upfront of why, because we don't get paid for like 2 days. I'm pretty upfront about it. It's optional. I just throw it out because a lot of people come in and out throughout the stream. It has nothing to do. If you've been here, just ignore it. You know what I mean? It's not. When I throw it out an additional time, it's for the new people that are coming in and out. I just want to make sure you know that.
Little thing in her throat going up and down as she talked.
So wait, hold on. You're saying that she has an Adam's apple, right? Now, I don't know much about this kind of biology, Navy. I know that there is a thing in the neck that both men and women have. but women's are very small and sunken in, and a man's is very pronounced. But
Yes.
I don't think that it means every time you see a little bump right there that it's a man. Am I wrong or right in saying that? Can
Oh,
you
you're absolutely
determine
100%
that?
correct. No, you
Okay.
cannot. It does not mean like, because the difference in size can be so great between men and women, but it doesn't mean women don't have them. It's just not usually protruding as
Hey.
much as a man does. Doesn't mean it can't.
Hey, Dub, I love that freaking sticker. I love it. Looks well, I'll show you why. It looks just like my controller. You know, I've got one of these like super cool. These are cheap, guys. If you ever need a controller, get this one. It's called 8-bit DO, 8-bit dough. 8-bit. People call it 8-bit do, but it's 8-bit dough. But it looks just like that. Yeah. The point is, a scientist isn't going to line 100 people up and say, you're a man, you're a woman based on that. You can't do it, right?
Correct. Correct.
And
In fact, you would need to look to see if there's something popping out at a different location to determine, not that location.
it dawned on me. Is that an Adam's apple? Is this
Courtney says some women do have protruding Adam's apples. It happens. Well, it's based on many things, like someone's weight. Like a skinny person will just naturally, you'll be able to see not just that, but every freaking muscle, every thing, every part of the trachea, right? And it's not a bad thing. It's just a thing. It's not good or bad. It's just a person, right? And so Betty's sitting here like, just wait till you hear what she says. Like I'm telling you, she's not no victim advocate. She's not even smart. She's not even capable. She's not even competent. And I'm trying to use words that don't insult her, but that adequately describe what she is and what she does.
Is this a trans female?
But she had an
Oh my God, I saw a bump on their neck. They must be trans. Bulhorn Betty 2023.
Adam's apple. I'm sorry, she has an Adam's apple. When she's talking,
Look at Justin's face. Look at Justin's face. He's like, oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you didn't. Because you guys know Justin's gay, right? And I don't think he likes it when they put down gay people or trans people. Justin's not trans or anything. I'm just saying. I'm not being disrespectful either. I'm all about freedom. I base my judgments. Now, that means you're free to do what you want. And whether I disagree or agree with any part of your life, that is my opinion versus your opinion. So that's my point, right? You know, I'm very much freedom without harming others, freedom without impeding on others. Go ahead.
My question to Betty is, did you get your studies in anatomy from the same place you got your CSI certificate?
Yeah, exactly right. Also, where did Betty go to school? Where did Betty get her doctorate? Where did she get her degree in neck? Oh my God, I just figured it out, Navy. It's the neck, bro. It's the neck. I don't know how I didn't realize this until now. I swear I didn't plan this, y'all. I swear I didn't plan this skit. I swear this isn't a skit. I really did just realize this. She be staring at necks. She be obsessed with your neck. She's always looking at your neck. Wait a minute. In fact, hold on. I do think Betty is an expert in Neckology. It hit me when I was about to say, where did she get her doctorate in Neckology from? But I already know she is the Bullhorn Strangler, y'all. She is the freaking neck attacker of the century here. So of course she knows. Of course she knows about necks. Oh my God. In fact, I take back everything I just said. If Betty says it and it's about your neck, it's true.
that's the first. I kept seeing something, and I kept while she was.
Pixel says she got her degree through the mail in the 90s from a Nigerian prince she helped reclaim his fortune. Exactly.
Pixel, I was just about to date myself and say she called the 900 number for Sally Struthers and got the degree through the phone. Yep.
Talking. I swear to God, I'm not lying.
We know you're not. You're an expert in necks. I bet you know every muscle, every bump, every vein, every artery. I bet you know where to choke. You have to know these things if you're going to do your, what you're known for efficiently, and you're an expert at this shit.
I could be totally wrong about this, but I kept feeling.
No, you're never wrong when it comes to the neck. We know that. There's an entire community of people wearing neck braces, pretending like they injured their neck yesterday when they found out you and Molly were in town.
My throat. She had a knot.
They had sold out of neck braces, so then they started to sell out of scarves in this poor community. People ended up wrapping toilet paper around their neck.
There.
I saw this one dude took a bunch of pillows and a bunch of duct tape, and he was scared as hell. He's like, I'm not leaving the house, and just in case she gets in here, I got my pillow, duct tape, neck protection going. Look at Molly. Molly's like, if Betty says it about a neck, it's true, so I better check my neck. And then Justin's like, hold on a minute. Wait, Betty is a neck expert.
Makes me wonder.
It's so
I'm just
dumb.
joking.
Oh,
I'm just
shit.
joking.
Was she a lesbian?
Oh, hold on. What did Betty just say?
Makes me wonder. No,
So Betty says, makes me wonder, and she's about to say, makes me wonder if it's a man, but she stops herself.
joking. I'm just joking.
Was she a lesbian?
No, but she had an Adam's apple.
Oh my God! Wow, the pure, non-cringy medical genius of these three. Now this takes us to our next. Before we get to the next Heels in the Air clip, now guys, every single one of you have to subscribe to Heels in the Air because Heels in the Air found these clips, clipped these clips, put them up. So you have to hook up Heels in the Air. Now the next segment here, kind of rolls through this, but I'm really distracted by what I'm looking at. So hold on a minute. What the hell's this? All the things and an update. Helmet optional. Judge Betty. Before we get moving anywhere else, I think we have to see a little bit of this. Hold on. I just distracted me. I can't help it. I have to look. Again, Heels in the Air. Subscribe. Mods, share the link. We need to get her to 15K. It shouldn't be too hard.
The appearance of impropriety is there, and it's uncomfortable for people like me that understand the law. You know, there are 13 other.
You've got to be joking. You've got to be joking. People like you that understand the law. Now, are you saying you understand the law because of how much time you've spent in court or what? Right? Like, is it because you've spent a lot of time there? Oh my God, Peggy, that's funny. I love it. I love that emoji. That's the Heels emoji right there.
13 other defense attorneys that can handle the capital crime. It's
What? The capital crime of what? What is she talking
sure
about?
if that's necessarily true. One of 13 in the state, and the only one qualified. I don't necessarily believe that's true. So we did discuss all those right here on the
So you just said 1,300.
Bulhorn Betty channel. That has been corroborated and clarified by that Newsweek article. I know
Newsweek. Newsweek, huh?
a lot of people try to put doubt in your minds about my education, about
You don't have an education at all, okay? An education is not where you spend a lot of time in court because you've got 40 whatever, neck choking charges, okay? An education, if you've ever experienced college education, you know that it's no joke. At least it wasn't when I went to college and when you would have went to college, okay? Like, people say times have changed, but still, you have to work for that degree. You've got to pass tests. You've got to study every single day. Homework, hours upon hours of it, or you're not going to keep up with the class. This is every class you're taking, which is typically a lot of them. You acting as if some, study that you're doing is equal to that. And it can be in some very rare circumstances, but you have to judge based on their actions, what they say, how they carry themselves, their professionality. We all know why you don't go to college. We know why you don't get an education, a higher education, but yet you're acting and stating that you have one, that somehow it's disparaging for us to state facts. I thought it was all about the facts, Betty. Then how is it disparaging for us to state these facts? Looks like my internet hiccuped for a second there, but no, we're good. Let me reload my chat because it said my chat disconnected. Oh shit, what am I doing? Okay, anyway, here we go.
my experience, even though they don't know me, have never lived my life, don't even come from my county. But
We don't need to know. See, that's the thing. We don't need to know you to know what your education is. We can listen to you talk. We can listen to what you say. We can listen to what your knowledge is on a subject. We then can know through your own words whether you have gone to college, been educated, whether you're a doctor, whether you got a bachelor's, whatever kind of degree you have. You yourself have stated, I don't even know if you finished. Did she finish high school, y'all? Because I'm not saying it's a bad thing if she didn't, by the way. And this is what I mean. Some people that don't finish high school could be the best experts at something, but you have no respect or knowledge or care for anyone else's rights, or you wouldn't act like you do. By the way, here's a great example. You and Molly are saying that if you can strike a channel down, like I just showed with Molly saying, that all of a sudden it just means that you're allowed to do it or you're able to do it, right? Even though you're an adult and YouTube offers this as a legal option for someone to be able to handle legal stuff, you guys can't educate yourself in fair use and educate yourself in other creators and what rights they have. By the way, too, listen to this, what's about to come out of her mouth, because my God, does it expose just how uneducated she is. And then she wants to act like it's some disparaging statement. Well, let's just use the words. Let's just be nice. I'm going to see if you say anything smart or anything correct just in this small clip. And if you do get this right, then I will rethink everything I've ever thought about your education. Let's hear it. Let's hear what you got.
Apparently, they don't realize that, yes, I work for attorneys. I did work for attorneys. I filed complaints. I filed...
Okay. No, I don't believe that with your charges, you worked for attorneys. I think you're just directly lying. Because you've had very violent charges long ago, but you've also had them pretty recently. When it comes to charges like that, there are some that are pretty recent. So I don't believe you've worked for attorneys or filed a bunch of stuff or whatever. By the way, working for an attorney in the capacity of being a secretary, you do not have to know a single thing about the law. They do everything. You take what they do and drop it off at the court, but you're trying to act like you have some knowledge of what the hell's there. And this is why no one believes you. If you were honest, if you were upfront about, if you would say to me, I've studied every day since I was in high school, the law and different things about it, and that's why I followed these cases. Maybe that would be what you could say here to convince others that you know what you're talking about based on what else you say. But when you say the reason that you know what you know is because you claim, which I don't even believe, to be a secretary for a freaking lawyer, and you're taking stuff to the courthouse to be filed, or you're mailing stuff to be filed, and somehow gives you some education on things, this is why nobody believes you. You're a liar. You're pathological. You lie so much you don't even know how dumb the things that you're saying are.
Answers. I filed motion to dismiss. I was the senior discovery paralegal.
You didn't file those motions to dismiss. So now you're saying you are a paralegal?
In my law firm.
In your law firm? Your law firm? You had a law firm and you were a paralegal. Let's look at the definition of a paralegal here real quick, just so I say it properly. A person trained in subsidiary legal matters but not qualified as a lawyer. What do paralegals do? For example, paralegals can review and organize files, conduct factual and legal research, prepare documents for legal transactions, draft pleadings and discovery notices, interview clients and witnesses, assist at closings and trials. So hold on. You then, if we were to fact check what you're saying, you would be assisting at trials. But why would they even let you in the courtroom? Why would they even let you near a court here? I don't think you understand the complex nature of your record and what you've done in the past and how it would affect whether or not someone's going to hire you. You're telling me that a lawyer, someone that went to college for a very long time, paid a lot of money for their education, and has done something to qualify them to make a butt ton of money every hour, is going to jeopardize their education, the time they put in, and their business by letting you be a paralegal? That in itself, in my opinion, tells me, she just said her firm, yes, in my firm. And this is how you know she's lying. When someone is lying, they're pulling from their imagination. When someone's telling the truth, they're pulling from their memory. People do misspeak. People do mess up. But the problem is, if somebody is speaking from their imagination and then they go to say something else, they're going to also pull from their imagination and say things that just don't make sense to what they're saying. This, in my opinion, is a complete lie. If she did get a job as a paralegal, let's say she fooled somebody into hiring her as a paralegal, they would have fired her the minute they found out that she lied on her resume or whatever the hell she did, to get this job. But I don't know. I mean, it just seems so insane. And this is why, Betty, you don't go into public and act like you do. Because when you go into public and you act like you do, you don't get to sit and judge people for holding the opinions that they hold about you. You're not professional. The one thing we definitely know about court is that you must keep a professional behavior the entire time. You got to dress professional, act professional, look professional, behave professional, regardless of what's going on around you, regardless of your opinion or how you feel about something. You are, and I mean it, completely and utterly incapable of doing that.
I worked for an attorney that ended up becoming a federal judge.
So listen, this is why we don't believe a word coming out of your mouth. You worked for an attorney, and you're saying that because that attorney became a judge, that it should say something about you. Now, maybe if you were that attorney's assistant or that attorney's whatever, paralegal, which I don't believe you were. I think that maybe you were a secretary and you're trying to buff it into paralegal. I don't know, but either way, you are not. What you're saying about what you did and what you're saying about, why didn't you name, by the way, you going into court and assisting in certain processes in the courthouse with this lawyer? Because if you were telling the truth about being a paralegal, you would have done that and it would be in the court record and you'd be able to name these proceedings that you helped with. It'd be like when we watched the Johnny Depp trial, we saw all these different people up there. That's exactly why we saw them up there. Right? You're trying to claim that you are like, what was that really pretty girl's name that was in the Depp trial? You remember?
You mean his lawyer?
Yeah, the really pretty one. Amelia, right? Or something like that. Mill or...
Yeah, it was Camille something.
Yeah, so she's trying to act like she's Camille's assistant and shit. She's, drafting Camille's notes and papers and stuff like that. Bullshit.
So this idea that I know I can dance around them. Like
Vasquez, thank you.
They have no, that's why I do the work that I do.
Wait a minute. Why do you do the work that you do again? Why? Because again, I do think the reason you just said, that's why I do the work that I do is because you're lying. But let me show you what I mean.
I worked for an attorney that ended up becoming a federal judge.
So you worked for, let's just slow down what you're saying and think about it. Okay, you worked for an attorney. That attorney, now you specifically just said you worked for the attorney. It's way different from claiming what you did for that attorney. But anyway, you worked for an attorney.
So this idea
became a judge.
That I could.
So people out there who say that you don't know what you're talking about, you could dance around them. Now hold on. I know more about every single facet of all of this than you do. Oh, Peggy, thank you. No, appreciate you for the support. No. Anytime. As long as I get to make jokes and laugh, I'll be okay. I'll be down to do it. No matter what you guys want me to look at, as long as you are okay with me making jokes and laughing and being silly through it, I'll go for it, right? We hit a real serious subject like Marvon, I won't tell jokes, but I'm only going to do those things really rarely, those types of cases, those types of videos. Back to what she's saying here, though. Let's just let her say her piece. She can dance around. So I know more than you about every facet of what you talk about. That is what's called a fact, okay? You could just compare what I say in my videos to what you say in your videos and be able to tell that this is a fact. Now, you say you can dance. Now, I don't know that much about the law. I say it every time I cover one of these cases. I don't want you to think that I know a lot about the law. I know a lot about computer programming, YouTube, video editing. I could name a bunch of other stuff, but I'm not going to. So why in the world would I need to get up here and pretend that I know a lot about the law? You don't need to know a lot about the law to talk about these kind of cases. If you prep for your streams, if you read what you need to read and put the time you need to put into covering this stuff, you don't need to know a lot about it. But the point is, you say things that are untrue constantly about your rights and other people's rights. You say things that are untrue on the very base level that a lawyer would have learned the first 2 days that they were in school. It's something that they would use every day and know that absolute by heart you lie about constantly. So you can't tell the lies you tell and at the same time know what you know. So maybe you should just stop pathologically lying all the time. Maybe you should stop doing that shit, and people would maybe believe when you... Now, another thing is, Navy, we say this about these people all the time. If what she is saying is true, she wouldn't have to tell us, would she? She wouldn't need to brag.
Nope.
And it's the most basic concept here, Betty. If you know what all this stuff, people are going to know that you know all this stuff based on what you say, how you talk, how you behave, how professional you are, how you treat other people, and how you... Do you realize lawyers respect other people's rights at a level that other people may not understand? Let me give you an example. If I go out there and I'm about to file a fair use complaint, since we were talking about it earlier with some copyright thing, a lawyer is going to have a more advanced knowledge just about the basic parts of fair use, the law, and the legal process, just from what they studied in school, that they're going to say, hold on a minute, did you consider X, Y, and Z? Did you consider this? Did you consider their right to this? And they're just going to have that type of knowledge. Now, is your claim that you have that knowledge and constantly go against it? So are you saying you know what other people's rights are, but you're constantly breaking those people's rights and stomping on those people's rights? Or are you saying that you don't know, that you're uneducated to those rights? Because I guess it's possible. We factually know that you constantly lie and can't control yourself, can't act professional, and that you stomp on people's rights. Those are facts. We've got video after video that prove this, okay? So it's either that you just don't know what you're doing, or you're just so angry that you do it, or it's even worse, and you have intent. You have studied what someone's rights are. You know that what you're about to do is going to violate that person's rights, and you do it anyway, is what you're claiming here.
That's why I do the work that I do, is I'm a lawful person. That's why I don't do.
So you just said that you could dance around those people. That's why you do what you do. It's because I'm a lawful person. So you gave two answers to that statement. Let's take the more basic one, what you said right after it. So because you're a lawful person is why you do what you do. Your record proves you're lying. Now, let me help you out one more time here. And I know this is a lot of talking, but guys, I'm going to be talking today. So if you want to skip this stream, I understand. Yeah.
The woman that Betty was attacking in that video we watched yesterday is free to be, and she's in the live chat.
Oh, hello, free to be. Let me just say to you what I said yesterday. I hope you do choose to get help. If you don't, I completely understand. I know there are so many complex pressures on someone that's been through what you claim to have been through. And I'm only saying claim for legal reasons. You know that I believe what you're saying based on what she said and how everybody's acting about this. That's just my opinion. But I do hope you decide to go to talk to authorities, or maybe get a lawyer, and or you can get a free one because of what happened to you, and get some assistance. No matter what, just go talk to some people and get some help. And the main thing is, you are valuable enough. You are a person enough, regardless of what they want you to think. You are enough of a human being that you should have justice. You should have the right thing happen due to what happened. Okay? So regardless of the outcome, all those things are true. So back to what we were saying here. She says what she does is because of her being a lawful, law-abiding person. And what I was going to say is, I'm going to give you a little bit of advice then, Betty, and let me hook you up here. So if you are this lawful, law-abiding person, then you'd be able to explain why your record is what it is. Or you'd be able to explain how, with a record like that, you were able to become this law-abiding person. And I think that if you weren't the scammer that you are, that you would use those stories and what you've learned to make content off of it. There's a channel out there I've been subscribed to for a very long time. She's an addict. She was in prison. She's had so many trials and so many things in her life. Really pretty young girl, and just very smart, and had all this stuff happen in her life. And you know what she does? She's got almost 1 million. She might even have 1 million by now, but she's got almost 1 million followers because she goes up and talks to people and tells the truth about what happened in her life, how she overcame it, how she grew up, and how she changed from the person that did the things that she did in the past that landed her in prison. She even still talks about some of the issues and pressures she has with like her ex trying to do things to her and all this stuff. And that is what she does for her content. And so many thousands and tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people thank her for how much she, in speaking about all this, have helped them and motivated them to do the same thing here. So if you do, why do you lie? If you're saying you're a law-abiding person, but we know that that's not true. So why is it that you lie about what you've done in the past? Or if you're not lying, why is it that they put this on your record or did this to you? I'm willing to believe that, you know, whatever you want to say is the truth, Betty, but you haven't. Toastie has proven that you have told people that you have never been arrested, and that DV stuff that happened, you were in fact the victim and he was the perpetrator, and yada, yada, yada. You told all these stories until people knew that people from your victims had heard, until your victims had heard that you were lying about them, and they went to the internet and put out proof of what really happened because they knew you were disparaging your own victims, that you tried to break their teeth out of their face, permanently disfiguring them, choked them until they were almost dead, broke all their property, and you lied about what you did to these people until they were motivated to set the record straight and prove through the court record and the police record what had happened, and they went and gave to the internet the truth of what really happened. People went and fact-checked it because they thought maybe you're being lied on, maybe Betty's being lied on, or maybe Betty is lying on these victims. And so they went to see what the truth was, and as everybody here knows, they found out that Betty was lying about her own victims. So if you want to claim to be this law-abiding person, and I don't care, you can claim that all you want, and I'm not going to talk about it, but if you're going to say the reason that you go around and harass victims of these tragedies and these issues is because you're a law-abiding citizen, I mean, I'm going to call you on that, and then I'm going to ask you to explain fully in a video, calmly, without all the screaming and spitting and yelling and shaking and twitching and, you know, craziness. Explain to all of us why you're claiming something with the enormous amount of evidence to the contrary out there. Why are you doing that? And I agree with all of you. Pathological liar. Pathological liar. I do believe she is a pathological liar, and I think that every time she lies about being a law-abiding citizen, you know, she used to not say she was a law-abiding citizen. What she used to do is bring up how these incidents that she had was actually, she was the victim and the other person was the perpetrator. And like I said, when it got corrected, when those people came out and said, we're not going to let you keep lying about your victims like this, Betty changed her rhetoric to very vague talk. Because in the past, she would directly refer to it. Now she says, like it used to be, I wasn't the perpetrator, they were, I'm the victim, and she would directly say it. Now she says, I'm a law-abiding citizen instead of that, because, of course, the record got cleared. But I would love to have Betty, I'm willing, if someone's being lied on by everybody on the internet, if Betty is being lied on by all of these creators, all of these documents, all of these things that are out there that people have meticulously went to fact check, why is it, Betty, that they're lying on you, or what happened and how is this possible? You should be able to debunk this, and you should be able to sue certain people that have done this to you for that kind of defamation, not for other things that you go in with, you know, because I know Betty is frivolous. She does file lots of frivolous lawsuits. We've seen a record of that in the past. And oh, by the way, I didn't tell you guys, supposedly she's been filing current lawsuits against people on YouTube and other places. Whether that's true or not, we'll find out as time goes on. But here's the point, Betty. You got to stop being such a liar if you're going to be public like this. Because again, if you were just minding your business, lying to everybody, it wouldn't matter. I don't think anybody would give a shit. And nobody cared until you started lying about people in tragedies. And that's when everybody banded together to fact check you. And you've been exposed and you just can't take it. Molly can't take where she's been exposed.
Any of the research. I don't follow people online because it's a crime. It's a crime.
Now, I want you to understand, this is where she debunks what she has said this entire clip. The whole clip, she's a lawyer. She's a paralegal. She knows the law better than everybody else. Rakita Law? Nope, she knows the law better than Rakita. All those other internet lawyers? Nope. Viva LaFrey, Nate the lawyer? Nope, Betty knows more than them. But then, at 1:09, she ends up showing us all that she's been lying. She just said she doesn't follow other creators because it's a crime. It's not a crime for you. Let me help you, Betty, because I'm going to break this down like literally like to the point. What is a crime? What is a crime with what you do online? Is it when you get in trouble? No, it's not. Because the internet is so worldwide, law has not caught up to it. So a crime isn't when you get arrested and you get charged. We all know that. A crime is where you violate or stomp on someone else's rights. So Betty is saying that following someone on the internet like this is a crime. Let's let her give a little bit of detail so I can debunk every word coming out of her mouth.
Why I don't do any of the research. I don't follow people online because it's a crime.
She doesn't follow people online because it's a crime. So that's just a straight lie. We can just put that in the lie category.
It's a crime to cyberstalk people.
She says it's a crime to cyberstalk. Following someone's publicly posted content is not cyberstalking. Commentating on someone's publicly posted content is not cyberstalking. It's a right. What I'm doing right now is my right. I'm allowed to do this. This is called free speech. This is called me commentating and following fair use. This is me not violating your copyright or Heels in the Air's copyright. Heels in the Air did not violate your copyright by posting this absolutely transformative content. It doesn't have to have commentary all the time. So but these little notes here are a form of commentary. And yes, while some people will rip clips and just put their logo or hardly anything on someone's content and spam it out, fair use is whether something's transformative, like I said earlier, or it's whether something takes away or replaces the market value. None of that is happening with Heels in the Air, absolutely. And definitely isn't happening here, because the reason I talk so much and I give so much commentary and I'm so specific with you and certain other people is because it will prove that I'm in fair use. It definitely transforms the content. My show is not a replacement for your show.
That's why I go out and exercise my rights in person.
Exercising your rights. See, this is why we know you were never a paralegal, that you're most likely lying about it, or you fooled a lawyer into hiring you for 3 days until you got fired or something. I don't know. But we know you're not, because exercising your rights in person and exercising your rights on your channel are very similar. If not, you know, the whole basis for why and what rights you have, why you have those rights, and why what you do can violate someone else's rights, and the entire basis for why someone can violate your rights is the same in person or on the internet. You want to create the lie that there's a huge difference so that you can do things with your YouTube channel that violate the law and other people's rights, and so that you can violate the fair use copyright system, or you can violate the community guidelines and try to get away with it. But continue, please. I would love to hear someone that's barely been on YouTube for that long tell all these creators that have been here for all this time, like myself and many others, how we are all wrong, even though we have a history of showing that we are right on this. But continue, please.
Because that's the lawful way to do it.
No. Regular stalking and cyber stalking are based on stalking. Got me? The only thing different between regular stalking and cyber stalking is that cyber is something you do through the internet, whereas regular stalking is where you violate the same rights and the same concepts of those rights, but you do it without the internet. You can violate it through a phone. You can violate it through many other tools, networks, and things that aren't internet or aren't in person and still violate. But anyway, this just shows how much you don't know about these topics. It's why nobody believes you. It's why you are losing your the lies you've built to people that trust you on your channel are falling apart because they're not dumb enough to believe the bullshit you've been spouting.
And people don't understand, well, you did this and you did that. Right, in person.
Doesn't matter if you do it in person. So you're saying that if I stalk you in cyber stalk you, right, which is where I violate your privacy. I take, now privacy is based on like privacy is allowing the person to decide what they put out, what is out there about them. When you choose to become a public figure, when you choose to upload a video, you're saying the contents of that video, the things I'm showing in it, the parts about me that are in it are now public. These things are public, or at least in the context of this video, they're public. So if I were then to go out and let's say, well, I'll let you continue, but you get the point. It's about allowing the person. You can't, if you take away that person's option to make something public, or if you take away that person's option, that's where the privacy thing is violated. Also, when it comes to stalking is using private details to, or it can be to go a step further and maybe, you know, I don't want to say just using private details. You get what I'm saying, but it's trying to follow someone around and track somebody and pursue somebody and go after somebody when they've chosen to not, you know, to not allow you to do it or something, right? Now, let me give some examples so that you know what I'm saying. Let's say that I've uploaded a video, or how Betty's uploaded a video. She can't say that you're stalking her because you react to it if it's a public video she uploaded, even if she takes it down. Even if once it's public, it's public. You can't just undo it and then say, oh my God, you're stalking me. Also, Betty going out and getting victims' phone numbers and victims' addresses and things about, like when she got that guy fired, the guy was a family member that was attached to a story she was covering, and she wanted to interview him, but he didn't want to be interviewed by her, and he trolled her, so she got him fired. This was stalking, it was doxing, it was harassment. These are all things where you have, you know, pursued a person and done something to them that has stomped on their rights or squanched their rights. So, I mean, this is so crazy. This is her cope. This is a cope mechanism, a pathological liar. Now, you can see her eyes getting wider. You can see her facial features, they're tensing up. You can see her mouth and the way all of her facial language is coming together there, right? Her body language. And you can tell that she's getting angry. She's getting mad. You know, this is her copium. She knows she's been exposed for stalking, doxing, harassing a lot lately. And this is her way of trying to, you know, just claim to her audience that it's not true. This is her copium.
I did that in person. When you start using electronic means to do this, other laws apply. And if you don't understand...
No. The same laws apply when you stalk somebody. When the problem is stalking, what are you saying? It's not stalking if I go and stalk you, follow you around, record you, do all this crazy crap to you, right? If I don't do it electronically, it's not stalking? Is that what you're trying to say? I mean, literally, you just said that you knew the law. You knew the basis for the law. You knew the concept of these rights, but you don't. You need to go to school. You need to get educated before you talk like this. Or you can just keep doing it and we'll laugh at you because this is cringe city.
In the law, you can get yourself into a lot of legal jeopardy. And
you don't understand the law, you can get yourself into a lot of legal jeopardy. Yeah. And when you understand the law, you can too. It's when you decide to break the law or when you have broken the law unknowingly, when you could have easily educated yourself to that law, when you should have already known that was breaking the law, right? You're an adult. It's your job to go out and learn what you can and can't do before you decide to do something. It's where you sit down and read about it, or you go get counsel from a lawyer like many of us done. I've gotten counsel from my lawyer many times in the past, not recently, before doing YouTube content. and knowing what I can and can't do and the basis of how and what I can say and why. And you've never done this. It's why you make these crazy claims.
And these people that are out here that think they're doing some good by stalking me online are actually committing felonies.
Stalking you online are committing felonies. So how are they stalking you online? You can't be talking about a YouTuber that's commentating on you, because that's not stalking you. It's not a felony. Sure, yeah, there we go. Also, if someone is stalking you online, it means that they are getting online and they are going out to record you and follow you around. I've never seen anybody do that to you. Never. Now, if you go publicly broadcast yourself protesting somewhere and you're showing your location and someone decides to go there, they're not stalking you there, right? Like when they go to the protest so they can protest you, that's not stalking you. They went to protest you, right? Now, if they stalked you to a hotel or something, go ahead. What's up?
No, then I was just saying, it kind of reminds me of Molly's whole thing about if you have a channel that does reactionary videos to what you do and you're there, you know, it's all about you, then it's against TOS. They must have gone to the same law school.
Very true. Very true. But yeah, I mean, she's saying that people online are stalking her, which I've never seen. So you'd think that she would post proof of this, because we would be behind calling these people out. You know, we would be also okay. Like, it's almost like Betty thinks that we're only calling her out because we don't like her. I don't give a shit about you. I don't know why you think you're so special. Like that people care about you or that it's about you. This is something you need to get help for, because nobody cares about you. You're just another psycho on the internet who's going around doing a lot of damage and a lot of fucked up stuff to people, and people are commentating on it because you deserve to have someone stop you and stop you guys from doing this. And you obviously have been listening to the commentary online. I don't know why you would choose to listen to the people out there that are saying things about you that aren't true or anything like that. We have proven everything we've said about you, every opinion we've given, everything that we say is based off your own words, your own behaviors, your own actions. So if you were going to listen to someone, you should listen to us, and you should actually hear the criticism that we're giving, because it could help you from making this plethora of mistakes that you constantly make. But to try to say that someone's committing a felony on you, I don't believe you. I don't believe you, because this isn't a sexual crime like you were saying. Remember when Betty, like, it's crazy because Betty yesterday was saying that if a victim of a S issue doesn't go to the police and report it, then it didn't happen, according to her. Well, that obviously is a different issue, because when you deal with sexual things, if you deal with those kind of things, they have different motivators, different pressures. But when we go to someone claiming cyber stalking of the level, she's saying felonious cyber stalking. And so this wouldn't even be people that are just doing YouTube videos. These are people that have to be pursuing her with stuff that they're doing online. Could she be talking about people that she can't be talking about people that report to law enforcement in towns that she goes to, because they're not stalking you at all. They're telling law enforcement about your record and what you've been doing lately that you haven't been arrested for, that you should have been arrested for. Spitting on somebody, going around and lying about these certain crimes when this town has said that people that do that are going to be investigated by the police. So again, this isn't cyber stalking. They're not pursuing you. They're not following you. They're not recording you. They're just calling the cops and letting them know. And they didn't even broadcast it publicly. They didn't even go live and call the cops or anything like that. So I don't know what you're trying to say, but let's hear who she says the felonious people are, because I think she's talking about us, and not just us. Heels in the Air, anyone out there who commentates on her, Burnt Toast. I think she's trying to say that those are the felony people.
They're felons.
Felons.
They're felons. And you watch them commit felonies over and over and over again.
Who? Why can't you name them? Because we would criticize them. Name the people that are the felons. We'll help you expose them. Nobody should be committing a felony towards you. Our whole point this whole time is that nobody should be doing any of this garbage to anybody. We've only been doing a show in accordance with the rules of YouTube and fair use. And so we can help you. Why would you not want our help? Oh, I'm mad because you've criticized me. Okay, criticism's a good thing. Criticism's part of life. Criticism is how you learn. It's how you grow. You go out there and say something that's wrong, you don't know that it's wrong. It's why you're saying it. When someone criticizes you, they not only correct you, but they prove where you're wrong, right? I mean, I've seen people go out and stalk like Katie Joy around. I've never seen anyone do this to Bulhorn Betty.
And their brains just don't process that.
Whose brains? You're not talking about anybody. You're saying these imaginary people. Tell us who. There shouldn't be any reason you can't if they're doing felonies to you.
Well, if you're there in person, why can't I do it online? Because it's a crime.
Excuse me? Who's done what you do in person online? What are you talking about? None of us have gone and done what you've done in person online. None of us. What? And now you're laughing. You know you're lying. When you know you're lying, you have this laugh. You don't laugh when you make jokes. You don't laugh when something funny happens. You don't laugh when you're in a good mood or positive because you've never been in a good mood or positive in probably 30 years. You laugh when you lie, and you laugh because you can't contain the little act, the little troll you're trying to put on. And you think you've gotten everybody fooled. You don't, because the reason that we take what you say as if you mean it is because you're trying to act like you're serious, and it's your choice whether you're serious or not. When I'm sarcastic, you can tell I'll laugh like you just did, but it'll be after I've done some really funny commentary and I won't be able to help myself, right? Which is exactly what you've just done. You are lying and you're making this like you're doing this false content, and it's made you laugh when you get to that part of it.
Like, get a clue. You know?
Get a clue. Get a clue. So the clue that I need to get, according to Betty, is that she believes people are feloniously stalking her on YouTube. But she refuses to prove it, to talk about it, to show it.
I whip my snatch back and forth. I whip my snatch back and forth.
Oh my God, Heels, you are killing me. I whip my snatch back and forth. I whip my snatch back and forth. Oh my God. That's some funny stuff there.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead, Navy. Go ahead. I'm gonna pull some
I don't
more stuff
understand.
up here.
Right. What I don't understand is that she has this whole binder full of these people that have done these things to her, right? That she has been collecting. If that's true, Betty, then open the binder. Show us.
She
Because
said she
apparently
knows the
this is
law.
online information.
Why can't
Right.
she file a restraining order? If you have a felonious stalker, you could immediately file a restraining order on him.
Yeah,
Didn't you?
yeah. She has no idea what online stalking is even about. That's like people getting into your emails. It's like, people like finding your accounts and going after like your specific accounts and
What
things
in the
like that.
world's
Like
this?
not doing commentary on you.
Hey, Rachel, what's that blaze of glory thing? Highlighted blaze of, I would go out in a blaze of glory. I never would have went out lodging a complaint and filing out a questionnaire with complaint. Okay. So this is what Molly said about this girl, or is this Betty? Molly. Okay, let's get some Molly in. Okay. What may... Yeah, I see Molly right here, and I see where you started the transcript. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. This is what Molly is saying about this new story, okay? But what does this do for anybody? You cowered out. You cowered out, and this is your... Do you have a timestamp to this? Which video? She's interesting? Okay, we've got to hear this. This is too good. Oh, my Lord. Okay, so this is Molly's channel. The channel that she didn't use to file all those copy strikes against Kool-Aid. I got it. I got it. She's really hammering this Morgan Dobb thing, isn't she? 48.55. So let's go to 48. Oh, you guys can't see us here. 48. 30-ish. Okay. So this is talking about the Dobb case. For those of you that were in the stream yesterday, the Dobb case is a very strange and worrisome case. It's a triple, what do they call it? Lauren was just talking to me about it. There's a word for it. It's not a triple HON.
Some murder suicide.
Murmur susu.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
It's
I got demonetized.
double murmur. Sorry.
Yeah, I got demonetized yesterday, so I'm just trying to keep it together here. Okay. Say that for me one more time. It's a double what? I thought it was a triple susu.
It's a susu double murmur.
Like, now technically it is, but it was all three of them were committing susu, and they gave permission, according to the police, for them to be susued.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay.
It's an Abubu pack.
Yeah. So that's why this is so strange of a case. According to the police, these three people committed susu. Molly, of course, and Betty have been trying to convince people with their content. We're going to start looking at it now. We've heard this insane garbage from Betty. We're gonna hear them try to convince us that the Popo are wrong and that they have more info than the Popo.
For anybody. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but what does this do for anybody?
Okay, so here's exactly where Rachel's little thing started here. Let's go ahead and mute because I want to hear this.
You cowered out.
Get the music. So she cowered out. Cowered.
You cowered out, and this is your message as you cowered out.
No, all three of them did, according to the police. All three of them cowered it out.
Do you think I'm going to respect you anymore?
I don't think they wanted anyone to respect them. They all chose to go bye-bye. Oh, yeah. There's no coincidence that the reason Molly decided to jump on this is because it was close to her, but it was also so she could exploit 3 susus instead of in the Marvin situation where she exploited 1 susu. She exploited 3 susus. Here, are you following me? Now,
oh yeah, right fast. Sorry, apparently she's live begging for money for flowers for the family.
She's begging for money for flowers for the family, according to someone in the chat.
Yes.
She must be live on the other channel. Why does she need money? Or, oh wait, no. Be live on Molly Go Lightly then. Why does she need to collect money for flowers for the family? Why can't she just have them give them an address to send flowers to? Give them the way, to send flowers. Here, wait, no, that's me. Damn it. I don't see her live. She must have just went off the air.
Kim said it just ended.
So hold on. Why? So is she collecting the money? Is she having the money sent to her? Because this would be another fraud raiser, possibly. Dolly Vision says, "Free. I dropped a vid for you." Is this the real Dolly?
No, it's a clip channel.
Oh, it's a clip channel.
Yeah.
To make Bulhorn Betty. Petition to make Bulhorn Betty prove her 2 accusations. Oh, okay. We'll take a look at that here in a bit. Petitions are the way to go, but I think that what we should do first with a petition is try to petition YouTube to investigate Betty, Molly, and LB because of this whole Dre thing that happened recently. Though we should demand that they, it's part of the petition, investigate all of these people that are doing this kind of stuff. And I think to go a step further petitions would be a great idea. But we'll watch the clip here in a bit. We will.
Dolly Vision says, "Hi, Rock. How you doing? You inspired me."
Well, good to see you. Good to see you. You know, I'm not that much of an inspiring guy, but I appreciate that. So do me a solid, y'all. If you watched Molly ask for money just now, make sure you get us the details. Type us the details in the chat and tag us, because if Molly is here's what Molly should never do. Okay, she should never do what I'm about to do right now. Okay, I'm going to tell you to donate to paypal.me/Unirock if you want to support my show. Now, she should do that if she wants people to support her show. But if she's getting flowers for the family or anything at all that isn't money directly towards her show, she should never take the money into her own accounts. Whether it's PayPal, whether it's Cash App, whether it's a bank account, whether it's Super Chats. She should never take money into her own accounts if it's not for her, if it's not for her show. Whether it's for Letitia, whether it's for any of these things she claims, whether it's for flowers for this kind of issue. You know, these people are going to have funerals regardless of the other kind of details of the case, and you could send it to the funeral home. You could send it to the police station and put a note that says that you want this to go to the family of those 3 people, or whatever it is you can do, but it never should go into her own bank accounts. If Molly is taking this money into her own bank account, please let us know soon. We need to get on it really fast. This time, we need to get on it really fast. We need to take measures very quickly so that she doesn't get into another fraud-raising situation like Letitia. But let's hear what she has to say about this now. She just said that she's speaking to one of the people in this issue. And that's a problem for me. She should be speaking to all 3 people if it is a Susu pact, like the police claim. A pact where all 3 of them decide that they're going to get Susu. And they designate either one or multiple, like maybe the father will do the mother, and then the daughter does the father, and then the daughter does herself, or maybe the daughter does both parents and then herself, or maybe the mother does the father and vice versa. But either way, Molly is acting as if the daughter pulled the trigger, and we just don't know if that's the case. We don't know who pulled the trigger as of yesterday. I don't know if any new information came out since yesterday, but we don't know who pulled the trigger. But what we do know is that it wasn't a situation where the daughter took the lives of the mother and father without their consent. Now, it doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean it should have happened. What it means is that these 3 people, again, just like with Marvon, are mentally ill. They have mental issues that are not being properly addressed, and they have decided to hurt themselves. And they have gotten together in a group. This, instead of one person hurting themselves, they have gotten into a group to hurt themselves. So I do think it's, hey, Rachel, good to see you. I do think it's one major issue with Dolly and Molly already, that they're trying to present this where they attack one of the family members and then act as if that one family member is deserving of the attacks they're giving. And that's exactly what you're seeing here. I just don't know who she's attacking. I'm gonna assume it's the sister. I'm gonna assume it's the daughter that she's attacking, because that's what she was doing yesterday. But let's take a listen.
For cowering out and leaving this message behind, because clearly you're wrong.
Okay, so the message says, "Behold, the days are coming," which would insinuate that the message they left is that the end is coming. That's what that message typically means, right? So now we know that they're most likely, I'm not even going to say it's true, but if what she's saying is true, this is a message from the family who sued themselves, unlike what Molly will admit. She says one person did all 3. This would mean there might be a religious component. There is a religious component. He just finished watching the girl's last video. Yeah. Do we have that video? She didn't even comment through it. She just stole it. But she just struck Kool-Aid, saying Kool-Aid isn't fair use. So she then unfair uses this video. Molly, why do you think you can play this without any commentary? You just struck somebody down. Potential human rights abuses by the U.S. military. Let there be light. Oh my God, I don't like any of that statement. Light. Sounds conspiratorial. Potential human and rights abuses by the U.S. military. Let there be light. Found it 4 months ago. It's like the same video. By Lioness Arises. I have a few things to get off my mind. Needed to share a little bit of the insanity that's been going on in my life lately. There's more truth in my 30 minutes of unscripted rambling than most you have heard in the last 30 days. I doubt that. Just a response. I doubt that. As of yet, I cannot fill in any more details or release any evidence of my truthful claims or explain what started all of this. Well, that's an issue if you want other people to believe you. I stated that my situation is likely being forced, conscripted into the U.S. military. It's actually more like slavery, she says. My family and I are law-abiding American citizens, yet we are being denied fundamental human rights. Multiple basic constitutional rights and freedoms have been and are currently being infringed. We are daily enduring all manner of harassment and illegal unconstitutional surveillance. The majority of this is, shall we say, most likely being executed by Donald Trump's military and intel agencies. But what? This isn't 4 months ago.
Are they targeted citizens?
It sounds like they believe they are targeted citizens, yes. Yeah. Targeted citizens, for all of you that may not know, is a conspiratorial way of thinking, a conspiracy theory, where people will go to YouTube and believe they're being watched by the U.S. government, typically in ways that aren't even possible. They'll think that microwaves are being beamed into their heads to make them hear things or see things. Now, one sad realization of this issue, this is something I've looked into in depth. It's a conspiracy that I've documented in depth in the past when I did cover conspiracies a lot and debunk them. The thing about this is that the people typically that are inclined to believe in this specific conspiracy and do these specific things, unfortunately, seem to have paranoid and schizophrenic behavior. They tend to see things that are not there, hear things that are not there, sense things that are not there. And what that does, when they also have combined mental illness and depression, anxiety, and inability to sleep, insomnia, it will cause a cascading effect of mental illness in their mind, and they will have compounding issues and hear even more hallucinations, auditory and visual. Long story short, without boring you, I could go into detail for an hour, but without boring you, this is a condition of mental health. It's a severe, very bad case in most cases of mental health disorders, multiple in one mind, and those disorders exponentially causing issue with the other disorders that are there. So if I have depression and anxiety and insomnia, which I've been diagnosed with PTSD from the VA, depending on how that goes, they can or can't affect each other. Right? Now, yeah, if you allow your insomnia to go untreated, it does have a bad effect on anxiety and depression, right? So if you treat the insomnia, you can actually get those other things better controlled, sometimes under control, or maybe even then fixed. And that's an example. Now imagine, instead of being able to treat a mental symptom, you have untreated, and it goes unchecked for a long period of time. It's going to inflame. It's going to increase these other mental issues. And unfortunately, for people with schizophrenia and several of the other untreated mental illnesses that contribute to this phenomenon, it will result in someone eventually committing suicide because, again, they see things that aren't there, which causes them to believe more things that aren't true. I'm sorry, didn't want to bore you. Let's keep moving. Even more unbelievably, President Trump and the military seem to have the backing of Trump's new spiritual advisory board, which might include Mike Thompson. I don't care about this stuff. Oh, the public outrage. Since Trump is behind the scenes running a shadow administration, but he was behind, he was in front. So I don't know what you mean. Anyway. Pixel says, I thought it was rooted in D-class docs that describe it being done to people, I think, in Cuba. I forget the details, but remember these kind of claims being referenced with that. Sure. There are specific conspiracy theories where MK Ultra was a real government program. Experiments with LSD is a real government program. I've covered this stuff like with so many videos back in the day. Like sometimes I forget to go into the minutia, but yeah, there are certain government conspiracies that turn out to be true. What they end up doing is, now I'm talking about targeted individuals. Targeted individuals are completely separate from different government programs that turned out to become real instead of conspiracies. But what will happen is targeted individuals will look at those programs and believe that what they believe is the program targeting them to be real. And of course, I'm not making any claim to what is real or fake or what's not. I'm just saying, unfortunately, with the general, the majority of the general targeted individual conspiracy, most of the time it's because of that. But sometimes people don't have those types of symptoms and they just believe based on government, declassified government documents or other real government programs. You are correct. If I wanted to make up a story, I would take the time to script one far better and more believable than this. You want real proof? Watch The Panic. Subtle but real. Okay, let's see if there's any comments here. So 3 days ago, 1 day ago. So 1 day ago, people knew that this was the account of the person that died. I wonder how they knew that, Navy.
I don't know.
Like, how do they know that this is the actual account of the woman that died? I'm just asking.
All I can think of is that maybe it was in a news report or something.
Hold on, I actually answered my question right after I said that. There is a video that has her face in it.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I thought I should use this accent, really.
So she said, I thought I should use this accent so it's not her real accent.
Hello, everyone. Morgan Elizabeth Dobbs here.
Yeah, it's her. Morgan Elizabeth Dobbs.
Pennsylvania.
This is her. This is the victim slash. This is a member of the Susu Pact from the Dobbs story that Molly is covering.
America. I hope this travels the world. I really do.
She seems like a nice person.
Oh, I hate the privacy being stolen, but I hope this rocks the world today. This video, please do.
She seems young. I wonder how old do you think she is? I'm going to guess 22.
Yeah, I guess early 20s.
I think Rachel said 23.
Please do send it out. Please do.
We'll come back to this, y'all. So this is the young woman. She's not alive anymore, sadly. It seems as if we have confirmed that there is a religious component to the Sue Pack. It ended the life of her and her two parents. There also is a component of conspiracy where they believe they're being targeted by the government. Now, this is the person Molly is addressing. This is the person. So we're going to listen to what Molly says, and then we're going to go back and hear what this person says. We're going to go back and listen to what Molly says, and then we're going to go back and listen to what this person says.
And I'm sorry that you did not feel strong enough to fight for your beliefs.
What? Okay, so this is the phase of Molly's tactic where she tries to cause outrage to her audience. This is called virtue signaling. Molly has not gathered any type of real research. She hasn't had time to gain a lot of information about this story, about the people involved. So the point is, one day, into her looking into the Dobbs case. One day of her going to the area, walking around in it. She ends up doing a stream like this, most likely when she got home or something. And what she's doing is what she did with Dre, what she did with Summer Wells, what she's done with Quentin Simon. Every story, there's a phase in Molly's handling of that story, as we've all seen in the past, where she has to whip everyone else into a frenzy. She has to start getting them angry. She has to go at them. And I already see this happening here because I can't yell at the Dobbs young adult. I was going to say kid. Young adult. Shows my age a little bit calling her a kid, right? I can't yell at this young adult yet because I don't have any facts. I don't have any like real information to who pulled, like, because for all we know, the father pulled the trigger and then ended himself. For all we know, the mother did, right? The police didn't come out as of yesterday. The police hadn't come out and told us who was responsible for the gunshots, who was the last one involved. But we do know that it was a pact. We know that they consented. None of them was running away. None of them was saying don't do it. None of them was saying no. Now, I'm not saying truthfully. I'm saying according to what the police have said, right? So the problem I have is for you to target one person, you're assuming. Do you think I'm right in saying that, Navy? Because I feel like I am.
No, yeah, I agree 100%.
Oh my God. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. I was laughing at the chat.
Oh, no, I agree. Yeah, I agree with you. And Wicked Crafter dropped the article in the bottom of General over the story.
Okay, we'll take a look at it here in a few minutes. But yeah, I don't think Molly has enough information to get outraged yet. So the next question is obvious. Why would she? Because she needs it's not about the truth. It's not about what really happened. It's not even about explaining things to the audience. She needs to whip them up. She needs to get them moving. They are not going to open their wallets if they're thinking straight. If they're really thinking about the story, they're not going to make donations, right?
Because I would have went out in a blaze of fucking glory.
So now, listen to her. She's mad because she is pissed. She probably is pissed because if this person would have went out in a blaze of glory, meaning instead of just the family ending their lives together, one of the members would have went last and went and, did a bunch of stuff to a bunch of people. Molly's probably like, well, then I'd have a story that was close to me where everyone's getting outraged, where I can extort a bunch of money, and now I can't because you didn't go out in a blaze of glory. Why would you say this? Nobody would go out in the blaze of glory unless they're sick in the head, because a blaze of glory is where you go end other people. It's bad enough that this family started to go down the road they were in, most likely isolation, most likely feeding conspiracies, most likely a lot of mental health issues, to where they decided as a group that the three of them were going to make this pact and do this together, end their lives together. That's bad enough. But for you to sit and criticize her for not taking others with her so that you have a bigger story to cover is just disgusting.
I never would have went out lodging a complaint.
Lodging a complaint? What the hell are you talking about? They didn't go out lodging a complaint. They went out in a susu pact. So what are you saying?
And filling out.
So what we know you, what are you saying? Should we get a hold of the authorities? Should we be reporting you to the mental health clinic? Should we get a hold of the police here? You're saying that you would go and if you ever got angry enough that you would do something to really show you. So she said, if I really believed in the movement I believe in, I would have went out and took a bunch of people with me. I would have never just sued. What?
A questionnaire with complaints.
What are you talking about? Are you going off of the video you just watched? Because this video was done a long time ago. This video isn't recent. Oh, right here. This is done September 18, 2022. October, November, December, January, 5 months ago. It's not recent. This is 5 months ago. They didn't lodge the complaint and then go out in a blaze of or go out without a blaze of glory. I'm Molly. They lodged a complaint 4 or 5 months ago, and a bunch of shit's happened since then. So what are you talking about, Molly? You're acting like they did this video yesterday and then went bye-bye. Did you not check the date? Did she not check the date on the video? Is she thinking this video is from yesterday or the day before they did it?
Man, she's sick. You know, if they'd have done a blaze of glory, like she said, you know, and all that kind of stuff, she'd have criticized them for doing that. I would have done it quietly.
Oh, definitely. If it would have been a blaze of glory, she'd be screaming, you should have did yourself in instead of doing this to these people. You just can't make these people happy, and it's how you know they're lying. It's how you know it's a tactic. It is a tell. She's telling you what she's upset about. She enjoys these stories. Once you monetize the story itself, the outrage itself, the murmur itself, not the story, the murmur. Okay, you outrage those acts. I'm sorry, you monetize those acts as opposed to doing a show that you monetize that includes these kind of stories. Then you end up getting mad when a story isn't the most lucrative. It's literal business 101. It's capitalism. This is why it is unethical for Betty and Molly to monetize what they monetize. It's why we speak against it, because there's logic, there's reasoning behind it that will lead to them, if they become corrupted, as in they get broke, and being broke, it corrupts them into making decisions to incite money from the thing that they monetize in a negligent or non-good way. Again, let me describe the good way versus the bad way, because it'll allow me to share my pay link. If I'm going to tell you, here is my pay link, please donate if you like my show. I'm not warping it. I'm not using you, right? I'm giving you an option. But if I'm to attach to that pay link what Molly just did, hey guys, send me money to my Cash App and then I'll send flowers to people in the family for what happened. Then I'm exploiting the Susu to get you to give you an opportunity of giving money to my account that I then can keep. I can send one flower that costs $3 and keep the other $4,000 that I make, right? So my point is, if you monetize the actual murmur or susu or issue, as opposed to monetizing your show that contains stories that might have this, or it might have something else, or it might have something else, you then can become corrupt. Being corrupted while monetizing your show might be like Dark Side Phil, or like Molly when she was begging in the hotel room. You've got to donate or I'm not going to do my show. But when you are corrupted and monetizing a susu, you're going to say, well, you should have went in a blaze of glory before you committed susu, because I'd have a lot more people angry, a lot more outraged, and a lot more donations. Do you understand why? Good. Because I don't want Betty and Molly just to be hearing our general criticism. I'm actually going to get crazy. I'm going to get a little more complex with my criticism in the next few days so that they actually understand the logic.
All you did was complain in the end.
Actually, no, that video is from 5 months before the end. So we don't know what they did in the end yet. We don't know if they complained. We don't know if they high-fived. We don't know if they went outside and dug a garden or something. We have no clue, Molly. You're lying. You're lying.
That's not the way to go.
Why not? If they're going to go in the end complaining to each other, if what you're saying is true, which we know it's not, but if they're going to go in the end complaining and then susu, then they don't hurt anyone else. So why not? Why would that not be the way to go? Did you just realize what you're saying? Did it just hit you like, oh shit, that was a bad line of talking?
But I'm glad you didn't take out others.
Oh, you did? You're literally mad that she didn't take out others, and you hit a part where you're like, oh shit, what did I just say? And you can see it in your body language. You go, wait, what did I just say? Uh-oh. And then you say the opposite. Let's hear it again, because oh my God, was that funny. To listen to her be angry that this person didn't go out in a blaze of glory, didn't take more people with them, creating a bigger story, making more money off the story for Molly. And then all of a sudden you see her go. It's like she was reading her chat or someone sent her a message and she goes, uh-oh, I'm glad you didn't go out in a blaze of glory. That's the opposite of everything you just said.
All you did was complain in the end.
See it.
That's not the way to go. But I'm glad you didn't take out others.
Yes, we got her live. We got her live, baby.
Oh, wait, you took out your own parents.
No, she didn't. The parents took out themselves. We have no information to say that the daughter did it, that the father did it, that the mother did it. We don't know. You're lying again. You're assuming. We just don't know yet. Now, if it ends up changing, because Wicked did put an article in general that's different from, because yesterday, again, you guys know we looked. We found one video report of the news report about this, and we looked at it. That's where I'm getting my information from. If it changed since then, I'll update you in a minute. I'm going to go ahead and keep letting Molly talk, though. We're going to listen to the Dobbs daughter talk, the one who ended her life. One of the three who ended their lives. Then we'll look at the article. But just to make sure I correct Molly, with the information that we have right now, pending this article, the daughter, the police have not said whether the daughter did it, the mother did it, or the father did it. Whether two of them did it, we don't know. We have no idea.
By the way, are you going to get to the part why you took your parents out?
No, Molly, that's impossible. That would be her traveling in the future, because this video is from 5 months ago. Next time you play a video like this, you should look at the date. This video isn't from right beforehand. Country Girl says, what about MGL having the banner at the bottom of the screen saying tip jar and collects money towards the family? Is that okay, rockAlot? Not towards the family, no. She shouldn't be collecting money towards the family or towards flowers for the family or anything like that. Now, if she does, there's different levels of criticism. Like, I have to know exactly what she says. Because let's say she said that I'm going to take money in my account so that I can get flowers for the family. Then I believe she should be criticized, and we should do a fraud raiser investigation and report about it on Unirock 2. Let's say, though, she says, hey, this family just did this. I'm going to go, get to the truth of everything, and you got to donate to me so that I can get to the truth. I do find that to be an issue, too, but it's a different criticism. But it's a great question. I'm glad you asked it. Great question. Kelly says, you need to clip them both and play them simultaneously. The bipolar of MGL. That would be funny. That would be funny. But Anna says, you may have already gone over this, but Bulhorn Betty flew to Pennsylvania, went with Molly to interview the neighbors, and they went live. Oh, we haven't. We're going to very soon. That's coming up. We're just going through a few things, and we're going to get into them on the ground. We are going to watch them very soon. That's why we went live early today, guys. We going deep today. We started at 4:30, and we started at about 5. It's only 6:30 right now. So we're going to be streaming for a good minute today, y'all. Navy, what are you thinking about what Molly just said? I didn't ask you. What do you think about her, like, shaking her head and being like, of course I don't want her to do it, Saying one thing.
She has to do this. Yeah. She has to do this all the time. She says this. She attacks victims, right? Whether they are, still with us or not. And she always picks a female to do it with. And then she says horrendous stuff that people are like, whoa, are you serious? You wish this would have happened? Or what I really meant was, though, when she backtracks, she's not even that good of a backtracker. She's tripping over her own feet.
Definitely. Banana, no, thank you. I really do appreciate when you guys come in and let me know what you've seen out there while we're live. Keep doing it. And if you see a video you want us to react to, I want you to bring it to me. I want you to tell me. And if we're not live, submit it to us. We try to have methods so that you can submit the information. That's where we get our clips from, There's a lot that goes on from all these different communities, all these people. When you send something in, my mods, Rachel, the producer of the show, myself, when I'm not live, we're going through everything. That's what we've done all day, is go through everything that's out there that we can find, along with what you guys find. get it all together. It's how we get our show. It's how we do a nightly show. It's the same way they do with like a radio show every day. You know, a radio show has all these people that collect the topic of the radio show and what's happened that day, and then they give it to the person that's broadcasting. Since we're a small operation, it's me and my producer or girlfriend, Rachel, Beyonce, and then we have a bunch of mods that volunteer their time because they want to help out and they like what we do. So keep doing it, Banana. We're glad to have you. We like you guys being here. We appreciate the help. Okay, so Molly's taking a little break. Let's get back to, and please be mindful that while we're watching this woman talk, that she is the mentally ill victim that entered into a pact, a Susu pact with her family, and where all three of them took their own lives recently. Keep that in mind while we listen to her talk, please.
Finally God showed me the reason why.
She said, finally, God showed me the reason why. She looks like she's about to cry, and then she laughs instead, which I'm getting some very strange vibes that I'll break down in a minute. You guys know that I'm like a body language breakdown aficionado. It's one of my like skills here. When you do this for 8 or 9 years, y'all, you're pretty damn good at reading shit too once you do it for 8 or 9 years, okay, every day. I'm already getting some very weird vibes, and I'm being told some very strange things by how she's acting, how she is carrying the information.
Game over, devil.
Seems very upset at the thought of a realization that the world's going to end or that things are going to enter into a game over.
7 times 70, please. Harder.
7 times 70, 490?
Please.
490.
I, Morgan Elizabeth Dobbs, York, Pennsylvania, United States of America, do hereby abdicate the throne of the United Kingdom.
I hereby abdicate the throne of the United Kingdom,
along with all the rights, privileges, etc., appertaining thereunto. Today is November 26th.
What does she mean, Navy, by abdicate the rights of the United Kingdom? What is she saying? That she's serving the United Kingdom over the United States? Let me look up abdicate so I can know.
No, it's abdicating. Abdicating is when you step down from or relinquish.
Relinquish, yeah.
And that's what, yeah, and so that's what's kind of weird, because they're basically stepping down or stepping away from the throne of England and the United Kingdom.
Oh,
like
no.
it's just.
I heard it. I heard the opposite. What didn't she just say? And I could be wrong, that she relinquished the United States to England. Let's listen to it again.
Abdicating the throne.
Okay, she said, "I'm Morgan Elizabeth Dobbs, Pennsylvania, United States of America.
Do hereby abdicate
Abdicate
the throne of the United Kingdom."
Okay, no, you're right. The throne of the United Kingdom. She's stepping away from the throne of the United Kingdom,
along with all the rights, privileges,
along with the rights and privileges of the United Kingdom,
etc., appertaining thereunto. Today is
appertaining thereunto. Yeah, I don't know if she really even knows what she's saying.
Well, she's acting as if she's the Queen of England and she's abdicating the throne. It means I'm stepping down, right?
Yeah, I know, but I think she spelled abdicating wrong in the title. That's why I just wanted to be sure.
Abdicate? No, it's abdicating. Yeah, abdicating.
Oh, it
she
is
spelled it right in the title.
Oh, abdicating.
Yeah, abdicating.
Okay, I looked at the wrong word then. Abdicating.
Yeah, abdicating.
To renounce one's throne. So it's the same thing as, okay, it's the same kind of concept of word. Okay.
November 26th.
Sorry, y'all. I saw the title. I just thought it was spelled wrong. I guess it's not. This is why I check things, unlike Molly. I'm not afraid to admit what I don't know.
For all intents and purposes, I have formally abdicated. I refuse to be queen.
No one was going to make you queen.
I will not be crowned. No one will force me to be crowned.
You believe that people are trying to force you to be crowned?
I'm returning power to the people of the United Kingdom.
But you need to be crowned to do that. You can't return it yet. You have to be. They have to be passing rights on to you, and then you could do that.
Suggestion, obviously, I cannot command it, but it is my suggestion.
Oh, okay. So you're admitting you can't command it. Okay, good.
Immediately pursue establishing a republic for their great country.
No, I mean, if they want to rule under a monarchy, that's their prerogative. People, I mean, that's why we're here in the United States. Our ancestors decided that they didn't want to be ruled under the king, and they came here. We formed our country and our government. But we still shouldn't try to take that away from them unless they choose to, unless the people vote for it. I find that in the United Kingdom, a lot of people support the monarchy. I know a lot of people don't. I'm just saying.
Oh, please. Let this...
She does not have a freaking Adam's apple. That's not an Adam's apple, Betty. That's her neck. Where's the Adam's apple, Navy? Where?
I'm not
It's
seeing
not there.
it.
You only see it when she's laughing, and she's very tense. You can tell she's very tense. So when she's speaking and laughing, there's a lot of extra pressure forcing out the smaller, less pronounced female Adam's apple that she has. Betty is an idiot. I typically wouldn't call her an idiot, but Betty is an idiot.
My hair is absolutely a mess. I don't care.
You look good. Who cares?
Abdicating queen does not care. No, Queen Elizabeth III of the United Kingdom. I know they'd love me. I know they would. Say queen.
I don't know if she's joking or not. Like,
really will be.
I think she has some issues.
yeah, but look, she's got a pretty nice house. I'm not saying it's super nice. I'm saying it's not bad. It's not a bad home is what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but you can have those kind of issues and still present
No.
to having like a normal aspect, right? Nice house, nice job, all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, definitely. But they do have a pretty normal house. They have a pretty normal home. I mean, it would just be a factor of the story, but seems spacious
The devil goes
enough.
for too much. Thinks he can outwit the Most High God.
The devil thinks that he can help with the Most High God.
This is what happens.
What does she have in her hair? Got something right there.
I did sign a little bit of a paper here. A little bit of a paper. What the heck?
She signed a paper.
See, I could do so well with it. I do the accent so well. The lingo. Fortunately, no. No, Daisy Ridley. The Queen. Devil. No.
Did you say Daisy
I refuse
Ridley?
to be Queen.
Yeah.
United Kingdom. I will not.
Yeah, she is fearful, Anita. Oh yeah, she's scared. And I think it's a imbalance of, I'm not a doctor giving you an opinion. I think it's an imbalance of brain chemistry that's causing a lot of you'll notice that one symptom of schizophrenia that can happen is more dilated pupils when they're being affected by hallucinations. And just I really feel this fearful side of her is a natural fear that's coming from deep inside of her. It's not a choice of fear. And I think it's possible that it could be a coping mechanism that if they do have a mental disorder causing them to feel an unnatural amount of fear due to brain imbalance or something, that they could be coping, trying to push blame onto where that fear is coming from with some of the conspiratorial discussion, but I don't have enough data, just an initial thought.
I'll be your next queen.
But you're correct. You are very correct, Anita.
If you honor me at all, you will set up a republic, a system of government similar.
See, I was just talking to somebody about this because Kanye West, I was told that Kanye West was talking about setting up his own government, right? And I've got a very good response to that, and I want to hear Navy's opinion, but let's let her talk for one more second. We'll go back to what Molly is saying, and before we hear Molly, I'll tell you what I think there.
To what the United States has.
Okay, let's go. So, both Kanye West and this woman, now if you just came in, this woman is no longer with us. This is the Dobbs daughter. She had a YouTube channel where she did discussions. One video that Molly reacted to and that Betty, I believe, saw is the video we were just looking at. Molly was reacting to a newer video It was from 5 months ago. The video we just saw is older than 5 months. That with her face. Okay. Now, both Kanye and the Dobbs daughter that we just saw says they talk about wanting to set up a new government, set up their own government, you know, disconnect from the governments of the world, not go find a different country to live in, set up their own. And my response to someone that I was talking to that was talking about this was if they try that, like if they did try that, they most likely would be taken over by a neighboring country. Why would the neighboring country not look towards this weak, very small place with no military, no protection, no defense, and say, we're going to go in and set up, we're going to take that land and we're going to take over and establish our government as the ruling government of that land, because that land is worth a lot of money. What would ever stop another government from doing that? Well, I'll tell you, the military of that government. This is why you can't just set up a new government out of nowhere. You just can't go and, you know, decide that you're going to go take over a big chunk of land in Canada and just set up your own government and just, you know, go away from the ruling government. They'll want you to pay taxes on their land. If you won't do it, they're going to come in, they're going to take land, they're going to take it from you. And if you're really going to try to defend your land, they will respond with military action and take it themselves. What do you think about people that do come up with these weird thoughts about establishing a government, Navy? Do you think that my perception's right, or do you think they'd succeed maybe, or what do you think?
No, I don't. I think they are delusions of grandeur, this aspect of, you know, breaking away from whatever perceived government they think to be a part of. And it's part of the delusion that exists with certain mental issues.
I agree. Let's go back to Molly. We just heard Molly telling us that woman should have went out in a blaze of glory instead of just doing a susu pact. Molly talks about why and stuff. And of course, my criticism was, of course you'd want her to do that, Molly. It would give you more of a story to talk about near your home. Very quickly, though, Molly goes and realizes what she's saying and says, but of course I wouldn't want her to hurt anybody. You just said you'd want her to, Molly. Why did you just make that face and go and say the opposite of what you were originally saying? Well, we know why. You realized how bad what you were saying is. Obviously.
I believe it was a choice.
His military, Trump's military. You seem to think my speaking the truth about what's really going on the last 2.5 years been done.
So here we got Molly, who has just struck down Kool-Aid, saying that Kool-Aid was not fair use, while admitting Kool-Aid was heavily edited and was fair use. And she's going to pull Dobbs' video just because she's not here anymore. She's not going to commentate. I just skipped like minutes ahead. She's not going to commentate. She's not going to make it fair use. She's just going to stuff her face while watching it and then say, what? Mine's fair use. This is not fair use if Kool-Aid was not fair use. You are a bad person.
If you hide, you have nothing.
Look at this. She's just sitting there playing it.
Law.
Now, I agree that this, you're not going to like what I'm going to say, but I agree that this could be argued some form of fair use. I don't know if it would succeed or not. She's skirting the lines of fair use to the point that I believe she could make the argument herself, but if it was my content, I would strike her after I saw her sitting there like this without saying anything. If I wanted to enact my copyright. Though Molly herself is so hypocritical, she did a Patreon post and everything about Kool-Aid, and now look at her. Just sitting here after throwing around copy strikes. You know, God forbid the family comes in, grabs this YouTube channel, and strikes you down, Molly. You would cry victim. You would cry victim even though your actions against Kool-Aid prove that you believe you're breaking copyright right now. Why are you breaking copyright, Molly? You believe you're breaking copyright right here. Why? Why are you doing it?
Oh no, she's really crazy. This thing that really has technology
Oh, look, isn't this the most genius fair use material for Molly Golightly, huh? I mean, it makes so much sense that she struck down an entire channel today. She false struck down an entire channel today. Let's skip ahead until she's done. I mean, this is like Molly, you are really sick in the head. Taking away someone's channel. Don't cry. Do not cry if your channel goes down. You better not act like you're a victim if your channel goes down. Because if you're going to strike people for extremely fair use content and false strike their channel down like you did today, but then sit on your channel, and why are you sitting here falling asleep? Like, why is your eyes closed the whole time? Why are you sitting here crunching with your eyes closed?
I mean, life and death struggle against.
You're not even, I bet, like, you look like you're about to fall asleep.
No, they hold it back.
She is so hypocritical. She is such a hypocrite. If she loses her channel, I'm not going to cry for her. No one should.
And then they release it to us.
Look at her. She is literally falling asleep or passing out or nodding out while watching this. Look, she can't even, she's like not even chewing. She's like stopping chewing for seconds. She's like, let's skip ahead.
I'm still grateful because God gives them that's going on. Shield about me.
You deserve to have a copy strike for what you've done here. You deserve it. You know that, right? You do.
Use the glory and lift her up. And the only reason
this is not fair use. This is like 4 or 5 minutes straight of her just like playing a video. 6, 7 minutes. Oh, are you finally gonna say something? Oh my God, are you finally gonna speak? All Kool-Aid did was play her own words back. I wonder why she gets so worked up over that, says Jenny. And then Safari, on an earlier vid today, she was walking down the hall and holding the wall for balance. Yeah, she's out of her mind. It's why she struck Kool-Aid. You know? I mean, obviously. We're going to take a look at everything she's been doing today. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me see if we got any donos, because if we got any donos, I'm going to give you guys some rocks. And I'm going to remind you guys. Go ahead.
Kayak artist Anita Sparrow says, at rockAlot, is she able to have a YouTube manager, or do you have to be bigger?
You have to be about 100K. Now, it has been, in some special circumstances, people have gotten them under 100K, but it's kind of rare. But it's right around 100K. So, yeah, we did get a dono. Thanks, you guys. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Donna. I'm sharing my PayPal link today because it's a couple days until the military pays me. So I'm going to put it in the chat. And I'm going to pay you guys, let's see here. I'll give you guys some extra rocks added in. Let's round it up. Let's do 350,000 rocks just to thank everybody for supporting us and being there for us and being here with our stream. Now, remember, this stream is an intentionally long stream that I'm doing due to the crazy amount of stuff that's going on out there. So if you want rocks, you've got to type or emoji in the chat, or else Streamlabs will not be able to give it to you. So type or emoji in the live chat to get the free rocks. And if you donate on PayPal, what I do is I give a bonus reward to the entire chat of a bunch of rocks, just so you know. Okay? It's just to try to incentivize people at the end of the month to donate on PayPal if they're going to support. Let me load these rocks in. Now, when you get these rocks, just so you know, you can roll the slot machine while you're watching our show. If you get a little bored, or if you maybe want to do something while you're watching, you can play the slot machine. You can duel people. You can have a fight with another person to see if you win or they win, and it'll give the amount of rocks that you bet to the winner. You can go on little adventures. I keep seeing you guys, go and rob the pirate ship and stuff like that in the chat. If you don't know how to do this stuff, you can always ask one of the moderators. If you need help, just say, hey, mods, I need help. How do I do the slot machine? How do I... You can actually do the magic 8 ball. I think it's !8 ball, and then you ask it a question. So you space, type the question. There's so many things you can do. I'll go through some of them really quick, but first I'm going to pay these rocks out, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to count down from 10. And when I get to 0, I'm going to type payment engaged. When you see payment engaged, right when I type that in the chat is when I click the pay button. So if you've typed in the chat before I write payment engaged, you get the rocks. Payment engaged, and here come the rocks. Here we go. So as soon as I hit enter, I hit pay. Now let me go ahead and let you guys know some of the things you can do, because I haven't done this in a long time, with the chat. The heist minigame allows viewers to work together and go on an adventure. Let me just put this right here on the screen really quick. I want to show you guys just so you guys know how to do it, okay? So, the heist minigame, this is how you do it. It's exclamation point, heist, space, and the number. You don't type the brackets. You just type the number of points. So you could put 1,000 or 5,000, right? When you do the heist. You can gamble an amount of points. And what happens is, allow your viewers to gamble with their loyalty points by rolling a dice. You push exclamation point gamble space the amount of points. We don't have media share. 8-ball. You can do exclamation point 8-ball space, ask it whatever question you want, and it'll tell you. If you want to roll the slot machine, it's exclamation point slots. And then the amount of money. Also, you've got, if I can get it to go down, duel, exclamation point duel, Navy, space, points. If he accepts the duel, you will fight, and whoever wins gets the points. You have to type their exact username, though, in the username field. It has to be exactly how they have it. All right? So those are some of the games you can play with the rocks that I've just given you in the chat. The rocks are free. You also get paid rocks every minute that you're watching our show, if you're in the live chat. Streamlabs uses your live chat to see who's here and will pay you rocks while you're in the live chat, okay? And if you donate, if you subscribe, and it's supposed to even be if you like the video, but don't quote me on that, it'll give you a small payout of rocks. All right. So, hopefully that helps people. And if you have any questions, make sure you ask the mods. They'll help you. That's what they're in the chat for. They've been here a long time and they know all that stuff. Molly decided after a good long violation of copyright, something she, as a false flagger who destroys YouTube channels, she just did it today, took down someone's channel, even though she admitted that they were in fair use and that they highly edited their videos. She did it to be mean and nasty and vindictive, and typically when she does it, she'll be stumbling around her house and falling asleep on stream. Weird that those two things are connected, but either way, she decided to finally commentate. Let's hear what she had to say. What we've been doing is listening to what Molly is saying about this woman and then playing you her talking so that you can kind of make up your mind.
Okay. So, right now, we can conclude that the British accent that she was using.
She better not say. She admitted it at the beginning of the video. She's admitted all through the video that the British accent is fake.
In the video that we watched last night, she's not British.
Oh my fucking God. Are you kidding me? You watched the other video last night. You're literally almost to the end of this one, and you just now concluded that she's not British? You just figured it out that she's not British, Molly? Oh my God.
We concluded that when she said she wasn't British, Molly.
Yeah, we concluded that within 30 seconds of hearing her British accent when she said she wasn't British and that it was a fake accent. I mean, oh my Lord.
And for Doreen,
this is that brand of heels on the ground detective work. This is what that Betty, neck choking Betty, the Bullhorn Strangler, this is what the Go Lightly gets for all those years of study in the College of Heels on the Ground to get their degree of investigation. It only took her hours upon hours of video Literally hearing the woman say in the beginning of the video that she's not British and it's an fake accent. And she finally realizes she's not British hours in. What an impressive detective you are. I'm so glad you have the magnifying glass that I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you her magnifying glass. In fact, I'm going to do it now because I'm getting bored. I want to keep you guys entertained. Oh, okay, wrong video. Here we go. So she did a live stream where she was the Morgan Dobbs family story. So where do we go to find her prancing around? You know, where do we go to find her prancing around the Dobbs residence? Let me look in the Molly room. Because we've got video of her walking around. It is on her channel. Do you know what video I should look at?
Oh, yeah.
Is it Morgan Dobbs? She's interesting. Huh? Just try to share it for me in the bottom of the Molly room because I'm dumb. I'm dumb.
Yellow.
I'll look again here. I didn't see her outside in the thumbnail though. It's a live video, right? I don't see a thumbnail of her being outside. Did she take it down because it's not there? She must have deleted it. Backyard video? You got to give me a link in the bottom of general because I don't see it. Just drop it in general. It takes seconds. I'm sorry. Don't punch me. I'm an abused husband, if you didn't know. I'm constantly physically abused in this relationship. I'm just kidding. I'm at the bottom of general. I don't see it. Is it on her live channel? Am I on the wrong channel? Yeah, is this an upload? This is an upload. This isn't live. I was looking at the live. I thought she went live. Why didn't she go live? Okay. This is her trespassing on the Morgan Dobbs home. The reason she does it is because they're not alive to stop her. And yes, she does an argument somewhere. I don't know if it's in this video about how you're allowed to trespass in anyone's property. Because if they call the cops on you, the cops are going to give you a warning the first time you call. That's just not true. But anyway.
Okay.
Oh, I'm going to watch her jaw. Because guess what? The Molly jaw, it's back. Not just is the Molly jaw back. Molly is passing out on live streams while eating, mind you, and stumbling through a hallway, having to fall against the wall to maintain her balance. Something weird's going on.
Okay.
Molly, what's going on with your jaw?
Right here, coming from...
I need to plug this into my video editor. I need to go full screen. Please, guys, humor me, please, for a few minutes. We need to go full screen. Do you mind? I know you're not going to mind. Thank you, Lala. Thank you, Lala. Make sure you guys, if you're new around here, subscribe here and at Unirock too, because that's my main channel. This is not my main channel. This is my smaller new channel. Yeah, let's go full screen. Go full screen just because I want to take a close look at what we're looking at here. You know, I want it to be nice and big. So let me reduce the chat just a little so we can still see the chat. It's just going to be reduced a bit. And let me shrink me. Shoop, 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 shoop. Let me shrink me. And just so that, you know, even though I'm going to shrink myself, I'll do this. I'll zoom in so that I'm still pretty big, but I need to be shrunk a little bit for this. Okay. Hey, you guys like it like this? Hey, guys. I love you.
Pennsylvania. We have
Apologize for a minute here. What in the world is that? What is up in there? What is up in there? Something up in there, man. You should have wiped that thing because there's some crusties up there, but I don't think it's snot. Yeah.
Okay.
Molly. What was that? Guys, what was that? What in the hell was up there? What was up there? See what I'm talking about? I know, but guys, I'm not saying that it's. I'm not saying it's bugs. I ain't saying it's bugs.
Right here, coming from York, Pennsylvania.
I'm too small. I need to get bigger.
The home.
Hey, there we go.
Morgan, Deborah, and James Dobbs.
I'm just trying to say next time, just clean it up a little, okay? Clean it up a little next time.
And this is the house where they were found on Tuesday.
She's in a blue jacket. Oh, she's in an Under Armour jacket. Hold on, I gotta see it. Ooh, that's nice. I want that jacket.
Okay. Right here, coming from York.
She's styling today. This is actually way better than that trash can thing, like Nonsense calls it. This is way better.
Her Lululemon.
Yeah, this is way better. I mean, Under Armour. I will approve Under Armour.
York, Pennsylvania. We have,
I mean, it is expensive, but I'll approve it.
The home of Morgan.
What is going on with her damn jaw? Now listen, guys, the jaw hasn't been there for a long time. Her jaw hasn't been doing that in a long time. Of course, the reason people in my chat are pointing out the jaw is because it is a side effect of certain things. Now, if it is a side effect of a medication you take all the time, you would typically expect to see it all the time. It is weird to see it come and go.
So apparently, Molly claims that she had a cough drop in that day.
That's what she's already made an excuse for it and said that she had a cough drop in.
What the live chat's been saying, yeah, she claims that she had a cough drop in.
Oh no. The nose thing, like I was pointing that out because, like, anyway.
Deborah and James Dobbs. And this is the house where
you can tell by the collar. Okay, I'm not going to go any further.
They were found on Tuesday. As you can see, this car is still here.
Why wouldn't the car still be there? You don't know how to commentate like a reporter. I can't even believe you recorded this.
This is
some of that Betty cleaning crew top quality video.
This is
a top quality cleaning crew style video here.
All right, now the reason that I came to this house.
Yeah, can we know the reason you're doing this outside of literally just trying to get any content that you possibly can to exploit this tragedy?
It's because I wanted to see.
Anna, thank you.
What was around it. If you look at this house, it's at the corner. Okay.
And chat, let me know, do you guys like it when I go full screen like this so you can see more of everything? Or would you rather me be more zoomed in? More with it smaller? Let me know in the chat. Will you want me to just shake it up sometimes? Let me know.
Right here, see? Right out here is a road.
Why don't you just completely dox them? Is that what that's called? I all the time I'm wondering what that's called. It's like I always call it a toad. Sometimes I call it a chode. You're telling me it's called a road? Road? Oh.
Right off Derry.
Thank you.
See?
Her jaw is going straight crazy, dude. Like it's just she doesn't know where to put it. It's like the jaw's going. It's like trying to jump off her face and she's trying to wrangle it. She's jaw wrangling in this video.
Directly across
Somebody
the street.
said earlier she has to follow the jaw.
House right across the street.
The jaw tells her where to walk and what to say. The jaw's like, Molly, tell them about the road. This is a road. Good job, Molly. You're really doing the reporting.
Okay.
That's why I have a beard. It keeps my jaw from talking to me.
That's the house.
My jokes are getting stupider by the day.
And look.
But okay, you know, you like it? Someone said this is better. Mona, you think it's better? I do too. I like doing this sometimes.
Adjacent. Right there. Look how close it is.
Hey, Molly, quit doxing the neighbors.
Look at these
They're innocent. They haven't done anything. Quit doxing the neighbors.
houses. 2098. Look.
What are you doing? What are you doing? You just showed the name of the road. You just showed the address. You're not thinking properly.
Okay.
Like, I hope none of the family members that are surviving of this family, aunts, uncles, grandparents, see this video because they will be upset with you.
So you got
And yes, guys, I will try to remember tonight to come in and blur some of this.
a split level home. Okay, so it turns out that Deborah and James.
There has been, Navy, help me. Has there been any good information yet in this video?
Well, apparently, from what I understand, she is in a residential area that has roads and houses, and those houses have numbers on them, and the roads have signs that tell you the name of the road. So no, not at all.
And this house has neighbor. It has a neighbor house that lives near the house. We're literally 20% or 15% into this video, and nothing has been said because this is just money. This is money content. This is her just spamming this out. Let's go. Like, if she could film anything about the people that have passed, to monetize it on her channel, she'll do it. Just like Betty, filming the cleaning crew, backing out and being like, oh, guess what? I'm a reporter. And then the whole, for what do you do for 9 videos after? Convince everybody that you're a real reporter.
Which were the parents were actually.
So the live chat told me apparently she has her press badge on.
No. Did she print a fake press badge? Because that would be cringily delicious.
What I understand, yes. Yeah, she has this like printed press badge that she wears now. And I haven't seen it yet, but they told me that she was wearing it out there.
I'm going to damn make a new cringe bar for when I'm zoomed in like this, because this is too good.
I'm thinking. So.
Okay, you're thinking. We're now, yeah, we're definitely 20%. Oh, we're below 20, above 20. Getting closer to the 33% mark, and you haven't said anything. I almost feel like you're just exploiting this family. Oh, now you're trespassing. So now you're literally trespassing so that you can record, because what? You think that they can't, they can't file charges on you, right? Because they're gone, right? You do know that a family member does take control of the property. Family member does have control of this property. You are trespassing. You've recorded yourself now trespassing. Why? Why are you trespassing? I just don't understand why. It's almost like you want to just have that bad mojo. Why don't you pull out a damn Ouija board and just sit in their front porch and use it and try to talk to them or something? Because literally, you're doing nothing. Go ahead, Navy. Do you have anything?
Well, I was going to say, if the family doesn't, if there's not a family member that has control of that property, either if it's still, there's a bank that does, or the city takes control of it, right? And so either way, you're not allowed to trespass on it. Yeah, they found like next to 10. Yep.
Typically, it would go down to the family, is why I said that. But of course, a bank, the city, but yeah, definitely.
If you got this house right over here, and we're gonna go over to the other side. Look, this isn't too far away.
So 30% of the video, almost, getting close, and you are just repeating it because what? You're going to tell me you didn't exploit this tragedy. You're not exploiting it for ad revenue. You're not doing it for views. Because honestly, you have to give us something. There has to be a point to this video.
These houses are very, very close together.
Yeah, what's your damn point? What is your point? You are you're not saying anything. Who cares? I wouldn't give a shit if they were right next to each other. If you don't tell us what you're trying to say, we can't read your mind. Your jaw is the only one who can read your mind.
I'm going to say 6 yards apart.
6 yards, which is 18 feet. I think you're off. I'd say 30 meters. That look like 30 meters, Navy? 25?
Yeah, I got 2025.
Oh yeah, she's definitely half off. She's definitely about half off.
6 or 7, 8 yards apart.
Why are you recording them? Why are you doxing these people? They're not your families. They're not part of the story. Why are you going around recording other people's homes and putting it on YouTube and then clickbaiting a dead family's name in it? Why?
Nanya says this is just the tip of the iceberg on the trespassing.
Oh, I know. Nanya, if you got any videos, throw them in general or get them to me. Anything you got. I want anything for trespassing and bullshit here.
From this house to the next house.
You've now repeated yourself 7 times and haven't even told us why. So let me go ahead and do it. I wasn't going to do it, but let me do it. I'll explain why she keeps saying this, because she's been making this stupid argument because she doesn't know true crime. She doesn't understand guns. She doesn't understand sound traveling. She doesn't understand science. She doesn't understand people. But she thinks that these people should have heard the gunshots and ... She doesn't say anything more that I've heard yet. We might hear it in a bit if we find it, but essentially she's trying to make some weird mysterious thing. People should have heard the gunshots and like that means something should have happened, but she doesn't tell us that I know of. So my point was, and we saw this at the end of the stream last night. My point was in response to her, what does it matter? Like, so what? Like, okay, back here, there's 3 gunshots. Now, let's say it's a small caliber, 22, 9mm, whatever. They're going to hear pop, pop, pop. They're in the house. It's going to not sound that loud if it's a smaller caliber. I guess it could be kind of loud. It's going to sound similar to a car backfiring, but a car, when it backfires, only makes 1 pop. You get me? And it depends, like, how far apart it was spaced and all this. Either way, though, they called the police. The police went there. They found them right after they did it. So what's the point? What does it matter? Now she visits the home and she just can't get off of, I personally think she does this so that we will criticize her and it will create views. It'll create additional views for her by us, not me specifically, everybody getting mad about it. And it'll add to her view count, which adds to the money she makes. She's that desperate for cash. So she knows that if she trespasses and films the neighbor, we're actually going to play the video and we're actually going to break it down. And that's my opinion.
8 yards to the next house. This is their block.
You're doxing them. This is a dox.
So if you heard something out.
And don't get pissed that I just showed it, because she's already doxed this house. And this house's address is in the media. So when you show the first mailbox, it's all you got to do is add 2 or take away 2 to know the neighbors. We already knew the neighbor's address when she showed the first mailbox.
Outside.
But it's still her doxing these people.
It sounds like there would be an echo, because there's already an echo. Listen, see? There's an echo with me just talking.
You're echoing off of this. That's where your echo's coming from, or maybe the other house.
Talking.
Do you see how ridiculous? Am I the only one that sees how utterly ridiculous this is? Doesn't it seem clown world as fuck, Navy, or am I crazy?
No, it really does, because the thing is, she doesn't understand sound propagation. She doesn't understand when things get directed because of maybe you're next to a structure when things happen and it directs sound waves or absorbs them. She has no idea about how this works, and she's just, yeah, Molly, you're hearing your echo because you're standing in front of a building that echoes back to you.
Why is she talking about the echo, though? I told you it had to do with the gunfire sounds when she brought up the distance of the house. I told you. So now,
that's
do you
the
see
lanyard right there? That's the lanyard with the press fast.
No. I wonder who printed them. Was it Betty or Molly? Oh my God, they're such freaking clowns. They're dressing up in everything. I'm a reporter. You know what I think she's doing? She's filming the neighbor, hoping the neighbor comes out and says, "Can I help you, ma'am?" Yes. Hi, I'm reporter with Molly Go Lightly Enterprises. I'd like to interview you, please. What's the word when I talk to someone, Betty? What do you mean? What's the word? You know, when I go out and actually speak to a neighbor, there's a word that means I'm speaking to them that reporters use. I don't know. Maybe I gotta go to the heels in the ground school for reporting for another 2 years before. Oh, it's interviewing. Oh my God, you're such a good reporter, Betty. You knew the word.
So if you were to hear a gunshot, correct? That would echo.
Why didn't she name this Morgan Dobbs Home, stating the obvious, or Morgan Dobbs Home, I treat my audience like complete idiots for the first 5 minutes, or whatever. I mean, Jesus Christ. Chat, tell me what the title of this video should be.
Especially outside. But
that's her son's car, so her son took her?
What would you hear if you were inside?
If you were inside, you'd hear, do you know what type of gun it is? Do you know the difference between different weapons, different calibers, different bullet sizes, and the different noises they make? Me and Navy do. Let me ask Navy. Hey, Navy, what do you think the difference would be between a 9mm and, let's say, what would be a 45? I don't know. What would be the difference in caliber here when it comes to the loudness of the weapon? Do you think it'd be extreme difference or very small difference? What do you think?
There's a pretty good difference between the two. In fact, there are people that are experts that can hear a gun fire and tell you what it is based on hearing it fire. So
I can do that.
And then on top of that, you're not even considering that. Like if I live in a house like I do now, I have half powder rounds, which means I have less gunpowder in there on purpose.
Definitely.
So there's so much that can go into it.
Yep. You can even have subsonic rounds that travel below the speed of sound. You can have anyway. But yeah, I know the difference between a lot of these the sounds of these weapons because, and I only call them weapons because in the military they made us call guns weapons. I'm not supposed to call them guns, but I'm not in the military, so I should call them guns. But anyway, I only know the difference now, not because I'm an expert, but because I play Tarkov, a video game, and it uses real sounds from the different guns, and we can identify which gun we're about to engage with based on the sounds it makes. You get live streamers like Landmark to play every day, and he immediately will tell you what gun is being shot, and not only that, how far away it is based on what map he's in and whether he's inside of a building or out of a building and all this information. And Molly is just out of her damn mind. Like it means nothing to the story. So what is my criticism? The same one I've had the whole time. Molly needs to go to these places and invent stuff to talk about so that she can monetize it. It's why it's exploitative. It's why it's not right. Because this is clickbait. This is empty, pointless content so that she can make money. Now, if it was off of her trying to go to a bar or to go review a restaurant or something, who gives a shit? But it's over these people's lives ending. And that's why you don't see a lot of YouTubers do this. It's gross. It's sickening. It is blood money that you're making, Molly. It's dirty money. It's nasty money. It's too easy. It's too simple. The only reason you're getting views. So why is she getting views then, Uni? She wasn't. She wasn't getting good views until she exploited Dre. She only had like 18 or 22,000 subs until she exploited Dre. And now she's got all these people on her channel that are like, oh, let's get clickbaited into the next Susu story so we can exploit it. The whole time she's trying to tell you that there is an aspect of this story that makes it murmur and not Susu, right? Even though I know that based on the category of what happened, they're going to call it murmur, but let's just imagine that Morgan somehow survived the head wound. Because it can happen, y'all. If it grazes or if it hits in a certain way, you can still survive it. And she wakes up. Are they going to charge her like with intent of murmur and all this stuff? Or are they going to take into account that the mother and father wanted her to do it? It's all going to be taken into account. Her mental health is going to be taken into account, right? And these are things Molly isn't doing. It's why, in my opinion, it's so grody and so nasty for people to treat stories like they are the most outrageous, nasty things like we just showed Molly doing before you've got enough information to do that, right? Molly doesn't account for the mental health. She doesn't account for the situation. In her mind, she can just go and dictate what happened. And every time, oh my God, I can't believe it, but every time, Dre is the murmurer. She's abusing kids. Oh my God, Morgan really murmured the father and mother. It wasn't a Susu pact. You know, every time it makes it outrageous, mysterious, clickable. That's not a coincidence. It's for the money.
Wow. All right, so we're going to walk because I know everyone's going to ask me, you know, why didn't you?
Go ahead, Navy.
What she doesn't understand is that unless you are trained to know the difference between what a gunshot sounds like and what, I don't know, boxes falling or firecrackers going off, like you don't know, right? There's certain people who have been around it. Like when you've been in the military and you've been around it long enough, you can tell the difference. But if you're just a regular civilian, you're not going to know the difference.
Especially when you're not expecting it. Or if you're in an area where you've never heard that kind of thing that often, but you have heard fireworks all the time. You know, multiple times a year, there's a bunch of fireworks. Multiple times a year, a vehicle backfires on the road. Multiple times a year, any other thing could make a loud noise, a sonic boom in the sky or whatever. So when you're not expecting it, if you're like taking the trash out and all of a sudden pop, 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 you're going to look around like, what the hell? And maybe you will think gunshot, and maybe you'll look around. Well, I don't see anyone running away. It was an outside that happened outside, but I don't see any cars speeding off. I don't see any bodies. Okay, I'm going to go in the house. So I don't know what her point is. The other part of this is they did call the cops. The cops were called very quickly, from what I understand. I just don't get it.
You walk. Okay, so let's put this down.
Do you mind cleaning your nose next time, please? All right. I know you guys are going to get mad at me for saying that. I'll stop.
Okay. So I'm going to write this down. So take that.
I'm dodging. What do you got in your mouth?
I'm going to put...
the pin cap.
Oh my God. What in the hell is she writing down? What is this? Does that say moose knuckle? I swear it did. Don't get mad at me. Okay, Morgan Dobbs. I swear it looked like moose. And then something else. Like, this is so fake. This is so staged. Why? Okay, if I were to ask you, Navy, why is Molly going to this home? Why is she writing this stuff down? What is she doing? Would we know of? Would there be an overarching answer that makes sense at all?
Pretending. She's literally pretending for money. Like she's acting like she's doing some kind of investigation, and she's not. This information is already out there. This stuff has been covered by the cops. It's been covered in the news. The coroner's report is out. That's how we know an idea of the way things happen. So she's literally going and just like doing this because she keeps telling everybody that she magically knows that there's some conspiracy that, you know, she can prove.
So she then she turns it into this giant controversy. She needs the press badge. She needs to be writing stuff down. She needs to be judging distance of homes and distance of trees because that's the investigation, where Molly magically puts all these details together and can tell you that it's actually a murmur and that this Morgan lady is really a criminal mastermind and not a mentally unwell victim of suicide and mental health like she did with Marvon.
Yep. And Oh My Lanta said it best. She said she's LARPing.
LARPing. Exactly. LARPing. Ooh, I missed that word. We used to be able to use that word all the time. LARPing is what Betty does. You know, I have a video. I'm going to show it to you right after this. That is the funniest video ever, and it's about LARPing, and it's going to show you what Betty and Molly are doing. So let's let Molly finish, and then we'll play the LARPing video. Okay, so she wrote down like 810 YBS or YDS APOU AQOU. None of this makes sense. None of this makes sense. She is faking so hard, dude. You got to know her son is sitting there like, what is my mom doing? Her son is sitting there like, he's watching her and he's like, she makes money doing this. Can you make money doing this? How do you make, like, this dude's thinking he's going to freaking be the next, you know, Nancy Grace after he watches his mom.
Tree. Okay, we're going to put.
Tree. No way. Tree?
Wait, there's a tree in the yard? What?
Why is she shaking? You know she's shaking?
I'm assuming it's a little bit chilly out there.
The tree is exactly 18 yards from the patio. Wow, you are, and I have never been I'm more impressed than I've ever been by any reporter, any investigator, any detective than I've ever been.
And no, this isn't.
Oh my God, it's a magnifying glass. Could you imagine the neighbors see a lady holding this shit going around like it's 18 meters and 5 centimeters? It's a magnifying glass. It's a real one. It's real, Navy. It's real.
I don't know why she has a magnifying glass. She's got 2 of them on her eyes right now. So.
Why does she have a what does she do? I'm gonna pass out. I'm gonna laugh myself into my grave. She really is pretending to be Inspector freaking Gadget. She really is pretending to be Sherlock freaking Lightly.
An Inspector Gadget thing.
Oh, she said it. I haven't seen this yet. I have not seen this yet. She does this on purpose. She does this on purpose. She exploits them on purpose. She does this for us. She does this so that we'll react to it. She likes seeing us give her the attention.
Kind of need that.
Can you tell us why you need any of this? Can you do a video? I will not react to you for a solid month. If you do a video and you explain what you need these items for, and it makes a lick of sense, the slightest lick of sense, I will not cover you for a month. Go ahead.
So here's what I don't get, right? You know, is that she's writing down whatever she's writing down. She's recording herself. So why do you have a pad and paper and all this kind of stuff when you just speak it into the recording?
I know. I know. Like a normal detective, they got these little recorders and they're like, okay, there's a tree. And the tree is 18. Actually, no detective has ever said that the tree is 18 centimeters away from the house and that the neighbor is 18 yards this way. Never.
Actually have that with me all the time. Okay, so if you...
Molly, I am not kidding. If you can explain why you took a magnifying glass, a yellow pad of paper, a sparkly highlighter, and a press pass to this house, and you can give us an overarching reason why you did all of it, and it actually makes sense, I will not cover you for a month. And you say you hate it when I cover you. You hate it when I cover you. And if you really didn't just go to create content, like I'm going to go create content, monetize the content, and I'm just going to take a magnifying glass and a pen to try to prove to people I'm a reporter, or I'm doing something valid. If you did real content, you should be able to debunk me in a heartbeat, and you should be able to shut me up for a month in 2.6 milliseconds. And I mean it. Well, unlike you guys, I keep my word. I will not cover you for a month. If Betty can do it, I will not cover her for a month. You guys can have me off your back for a whole month if you can just tell me why you did this stuff.
And the thing is, that's kind of crazy, is that I had an experience in the military when I was at one of my commands where there was a case of something that happened, right? And the military was investigating it, and they needed volunteers to come in to transcribe the interviews of the people involved, right? Because they videotaped it, and then they have someone come in later and they transcribe everything that's said. This is just hilarious.
Okay. So Molly now is going to go to the backyard. We want to know if she trespassed or not. We want to ask ourselves if she trespassed. Remember, Molly and Betty get incredibly angry if anyone violates anyone else's rights. I don't care if you're alive. I don't care if you're past. I don't care how it goes. Someone owns this property. They, with their concern for rights, should not care. They should not want to trespass. So let's see what happens. I thought she was going to go to the street and walk to the backyard. She's literally just walking through the yard. She's just trespassing, man. Like, there's no other way around it. This is full-on trespassing.
believing the
Yeah, it's
charge-
private property. It's not your private property. You're trespassing.
How much you want to bet that Olivia is going to go there and she's going to find someone's water bottle or somebody's freaking wallet or something, and it's going to be like the big thing?
It was right over here.
Watch Bullhorn Betty be like behind one of these trees, and Molly's like, Betty? Molly? What are you doing back there? Nothing. I wasn't strangling the neighbors. And then she just runs away.
They wouldn't
And then
interview with
Molly
me. They
sees like
wouldn't
6
interview.
bodies. Molly's like, oh my God, Morgan has 6 more victims back here. Betty's like, those aren't mine. Bye. They wouldn't interview me. Yeah, Betty's like, they wouldn't interview me, Molly. I had to choke them out. It's appropriate. It's within my rights to choke you out if you won't give me an interview. That's why I got that guy fired that time.
This is it. This is where the tarp was.
This is disgusting. This is where the tarp was. Why do you not go grab the video that's already there? There's already pictures. There's already pictures of this. There's already pictures of the tarp. I saw them. Why? Just because you live close, you're going to go in here and do this? I just find it so gross. Now, luckily, a lot of people in my audience agree with me that it's gross.
This is where they were.
This is where they were dead. And I'm just going to stomp all over it here. Make sure I walk over there. And here, let me chomp on some. What does she eat that's all crunchy? Is it popcorn? Or is it some kind of nut? Is it like an almond or something?
I think it varies from crime scene to crime scene.
Oh, this crime scene's definitely a Lay's potato chip kind of crime scene. I need some caramel for this one. It's a chicken leg kind of murder.
Okay. So right down there is the basement.
No. Oh my God. Is that where Unirock does his show? Mr. Basement over there down there
The
recording?
lights are on up there. Are those automatic?
Yeah, they are automatic lights that tell the occupants that a weird human being with a fake press pass and a fucking magnifying glass is in their backyard. It kind of warns them that the weird ones are coming.
Okay.
See that leaf? That leaf saw it all. Ollie, go lightly. 2023. Oh my God, look, guys. Look, there's the trash can that Morgan threw stuff away in. Wow. Oh no, there's a tarp on the wood. Oh no, I better call the police. I found a tarp. It's sad.
Why
This
would
is
you ever
sad.
put tarp on the wood?
You know, do you know what that turtle is? That's a sandbox. That's one of those little sandboxes for children to
That kids
play
play
in.
in.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's really sad. This is really sad. I'm sorry, because this family, all 3 of them were mentally ill. They were very mentally ill. This is a susu pact. I wish I could say the word. I can't. And it's just sad that Molly is like, why? Why? The last couple stories, she's not even going after a murmur. She's going after susus.
Well, and
She's
what's crazy is
exploiting
that
susu.
once again, she's going after another case that it's closed. It is
Yeah.
closed. There is nothing else to investigate.
There's nothing to investigate. That's why that notepad and magnifying glass are so cringy. And I'm telling you, man, she wasn't thinking straight when she grabbed that stuff. Oh, she's like showing Betty's escape route. After Betty chokes 16 people, this is how she's going to escape the scene.
Okay.
What is the point in this?
So
Yeah? Are we going to get a genius explanation?
the grass.
The grass.
No.
Okay, so she said the road, the tree. This is a neighbor's house. This is grass.
So the question is...
Oh, thank the Lord. Here it comes. The overarching point of the video, the reason that you would go to a Susu scene, record everywhere where the bodies were and everything and upload it, please tell me why.
All right, I'm just going to be honest with you.
We already know you're not going to be honest when you lead in with that.
The next words out of her mouth, I'm going to be honest with you. I have no clue what I'm doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's just straight up. Here comes a bunch of lies.
How did all three get out here?
Oh, it legitimately gives me a headache. It legitimately hurts my poor little head. Okay, let me explain what the Popo said. So there were 3 of them, right? And 2 of them, one either did one and then the other did the other and then themselves, or one did both and did themselves. That's what happened. That's what happened. Like, we know what happened. What are you talking about? I know your magnifying glass and your chin are giving you weird internal messages to do all these crazy things and stuff, but you know.
How did all 3 get out here?
Make it really good. Make the video good, Molly. Ask him how the 3 of them got out here, Molly. That'll do it.
Chin's giving her freaking
that
messages.
That doesn't make any sense. How did all 3 get out here without anybody knowing?
They did know. They did know. What do you mean without anybody knowing? They knew. They knew.
That's
never in part of this story does it say that no one knew. There is no part of the story where there's some mystery involving this. What are you saying?
That's my that's just my question.
No, that's the whole reason that you're trespassing on their property, disrespecting them after they've passed. No concern for them or the neighbors or the property or the family. No concern for the families that are around this feeling like they feel after this horrible event happened. No, you need to just go there and stomp around. You've got rights to go and put your heels wherever you want. You can do anything. You're special.
So I've already showed you. Just trying to make sure that if anybody wants to examine this.
We already have pictures. Your video did nothing.
That this is
examine what? There's grass. Okay. There's a house. There's a driveway. There's a road.
Over to, it looks like somebody rolled up here with some sort of vehicle.
Are you fucking kidding? Do not record the vehicle. Do not put your camera in the vehicle. Do not record the license plates. Have some respect for the past. Have some respect for the dead. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Wait. I wonder what vehicles would ride up into the yard, Molly. Maybe the ambulance, the coroner, the police, the CSI, the coroner,
the Popo.
What?
I mean, G. Willikers, Batman. Okay, guys, is Molly going to go up and just be the most disrespectful human being ever? Tell me in the chat. Is Molly going to disrespect the family? I'm going to copy Toastie. Put a 1 in the chat if she's going to be extremely disrespectful with what she's about to do next. If you think she's going to, put a 1 in the chat. I want to know. Real quick. 1 in the chat if you think she is. Put a 1 so I can see how many of you believe she's going to be disrespectful. Oh my God.
Lying.
Woo! Baby, do it. Oh my heavens. Lauren says obviously. Lauren says obviously. Unfortunately, says Lauren, yeah. Oh yeah. 100. Yeah, Cinnamon. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, I'm killing the music. Let's see. And then after this, I'm going to ask you guys on a scale of 1 to 10, to tell me how disrespectful. So 1 would be what you're seeing is not that disrespectful. A 10 would be what you're seeing is very disrespectful. Here we go. Let's see what Molly does. Tell me once you start seeing her do it.
Okay.
10 if it's very, 1 if it's not. Oh my God.
Oh, we got a 1 million.
Molly.
So yeah.
1 million already. Molly! Molly! What are you doing?
Papers.
Yeah, those are probably pretty private.
Have a little memorial.
Oh God, get away from there. Get away. Get up. Get away. Go. Shoo. Shoo. it's like I'm shooing a squirrel from away. There's a squirrel on the ground trying to get away from the memorial. You stinking squirrel. Have some respect.
I'm sorry,
What are you doing?
I didn't bring anything. If I come back, I'll definitely bring something for them. There's a little.
You're going to bring something for them if you come back. You're going to bring something for them if you come back. Why didn't you bring anything for them? Oh.
Well, you got to remember. Betty's not there yet. So they're going to go back. And then she started asking for money in her live chat for flowers.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. Like, if you need to beg money for flowers, like, you're lying to people.
J-Dub says next she's going to go through the mailbox. Yep. Kirk says, how is this not illegal? It is. Sammy says, oh, she's going back. Oh, she already did. Yeah, we got more video for you coming. One dot, you know, oh yeah. Definitely, y'all. I'm shocked she didn't try and open any doors. Oh, I'm shocked she didn't jump through the damn window. And I'm surprised she didn't go open their fridge, grab a bunch of random things to eat, and just start stuffing her face while she talked and went and opened up all their personal. I'm surprised she didn't put on their clothes. Oh, I'm gonna tell you, they don't need this, do they? Hey Betty, do you think that they need this jacket? And Daddy's like, Molly, that's a hefty bag. Oh, whoops! Wow, I swear it was a jacket.
There's a little something. I don't know why I didn't bring anything. I'm sorry.
Oh, I mean, what can you bring that would undo the amount of disrespect and violation here? Like, if nothing's going to undo it, how about you bring a note that says, "Dear family, I will not keep disrespecting your property and items in after your death, Molly." How about you bring a note that says that? I'm sorry. Oh my God! Oh my God! What? No! This is why I don't watch a lot of these videos before we react to them. This is why I don't watch a lot of them before we react. Is she really doing what I think she's doing? Hold up. I need to see if she shows the license plate 1. Did she start walking up to the front door? What?
I'm sorry, I didn't bring anything. If I come back, I'll definitely bring something for them.
She showed it.
There's a little.
Okay, good. She tried not to show the license plate the second time. Good. She showed the license plate and hurried up and moved it, and then went back and tried not to show it.
I don't know why I didn't bring anything. I'm sorry.
Nada says, oh, there's a neighbor, and she cuts it off.
Oh, she definitely got shooed out of there. Oh, she got shooed out. There's another license plate. Somebody's going to be identity thefting these people tomorrow. And they're going to be using Molly's video as the basis. Like, of course this is me. Of course I'm Morgan. Yes, of course. Will you please transfer the title of the car to me now that I've proved my identity through all the personal information I got out of Molly's video? Thank you, DMV. And then they go steal the car. But it's not really stealing because now they actually own it. What are you doing? Stop it!
Okay.
What?
No.
Yes.
Lauren makes
no,
a good
you're
point.
bad.
She said this was an upload. She could have edited it out.
Oh yeah, she could have edited anything, blurred anything. It's disgusting. What are you doing? This is not your property. This is violation of privacy that goes beyond a violation of privacy. You and Betty cry about people violating your privacy by reacting to your YouTube videos under fair use. You struck down Kool-Aid today. You destroyed a YouTube channel today because they violated your right. Now you're doing this?
This is her walking through the graveyard again. Like that
Yes.
thumbnail you had of her walking through the graveyard was on point.
Oh, bro. And then the souls of the graveyard are trying to escape and she's sucking them down her throat. Like every soul that tries to get away from her, she just inhales and just sucks it in like Kirby, the video game character.
Is there anything else I can do to violate their privacy short of... I'm sure the door is locked, or I would... You know, guys, hold on. I was going to walk straight into the front door and start trying on their clothes and eating their food, but the door's obviously locked, so... Yeah, I'm not going to try all the windows on my video. I'll do that after I shut down the video, okay? If this house gets robbed, I'm serious. Molly is the prime suspect. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm
there's
sorry.
a neighbor.
But I hate to say it, I don't know if she can make it in through a window. She'd have to break into the front door.
Did you hear that? Look at the last thing, bro. Listen to the last thing she says. The chat was right.
Oh, there's a neighbor.
Oh, look, a neighbor. Yeah. Of course there's a neighbor. The neighbors are terrified because people like you are coming to... Yeah, they're terrified because people like you are coming there and poking around their neighborhood. And they're like, God, we better protect our neighborhood here. Can you guys believe what we just saw? I mean, damn, especially from them. But that's not it. That's not all. Supposedly, yeah, supposedly there's even more of them on the... Oh my God, LG. Yes, LG. Yes! LG just hooked us up. So here's what she wrote down. Dobb. So it's Morgan or something Dobb. And then O-O-R-A-L. What is that? O-O-R-A-L? Memorial. That's how Molly spells memorial. Memorial? Molly... Betty goes, I'm reading the notes. What is a mural? Oh, that's the memorial. Isn't that how you spell it? M-O-O-R-A-L? Yes, I'm Bulhorn Betty. That's exactly how you spell the word memorial. I'm positive. Both her and Betty believe that's the correct spelling of memorial. Someone said Deborah. Is that Deborah? Okay. Bruh. All right. That's better than my joke, I guess. That works better than my joke. I still
spelled it wrong.
I'm still going to believe, though, that that's memorial just because it's funnier. And then she's got another Dobb. And then she's got something 1, 8 to... Oh my God!
House 1, 8 to 10 yards.
House 1, 8 to 10 yards. Oh my God!
And I think the name above that was James.
James? Okay.
Dobb.
And then what's this one? Something like Merlocks?
Merlot.
Oh, she's writing down the wine she wants to grab on the way home. Merlot, 50 cases. Oh, 50? No, we need 100. But Betty's here, right? 50 for each of us. That's 120? No, Mom, that's 100. 50 plus 50 is 100. Oh, you're so good at math, honey. Oh, you're so much better than me at math. Oh, you're a genius. You're going to be the best reporter someday. Doc. Oh, Doc comes in with the banger meme. It's a sheep.
Doc got me rolling.
It's a sheep. It's a sheep. Oh my God, it's Jaw. Look at its jaw. Oh my God, this is Molly. This is Molly with her. It's the jaw and everything. It's a perfect reenactment. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to laugh or I'm not going to be able to make it. I can't make it through this if I don't laugh. Cause of passing. So this will be the boring part, but I promise you I'm going to do it super fast because we've got even more crazy videos for you to see. Even more insanity. It's why we went live early. It's why we're going to do an extra long stream so we entertain you. Make sure you like and subscribe. If you want to support us, I'm going to put the link in the chat. It's a perfect time of the month here at the very end of the month if you want to support us on PayPal. But any way you support us is great, considering just subscribing. Unirock 2 is our main channel. If you're not from the channel, if you're not here all the time, I would subscribe to Unirock 2 because that's where our best content goes. So we're going to go through this. This is why. I want to make sure you understand that this is why Molly doing this is so gross. Let me refresh this because look at what they're showing in this video. Look at this video. Let me pause it. Let's just go through it. So first off, we already have the entire house. You can zoom in on this. You can take screenshots of this. This is 1080p. I just have it shrunk down. I bet you it's even better. Nope, 1080p is the highest it goes. 1080p is very big. It's a very big picture is what I'm saying. If it's a big picture, if it's a big resolution, then you can actually zoom in a lot. That's what a bigger resolution means. There's more pixels, zoom in more. So she could see all of the house if she wanted without having to go disrespect the family and do what she did. So we have pictures of those, you know, the vehicles that drove up there. Oh my God, look, a vehicle drove up here. Is it a mystery? Oh, I swear we have to investigate, because what vehicle would ever drive up here? We're going to investigate. We even have the freaking door open. We can see the front of the house. We have everything we want to see about the house. We don't need Molly doing, oh my God, look. Wow, there's the backyard. And what is this? This is them respecting the past. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. YouTube might demonetize me. I don't care. Respecting the dead. Something Molly isn't doing. These people are here to help. They're there to assist. They're doing a trained job. They've got degrees. The investigators, the forensic scientists, the people that go out the corners, they know what they're doing, and they've proven it through years of being in their job. People like Molly and Betty and the tragedy pimps out there like Dolly Vision and JLR and the others. They don't have training. Most of them can't get training because they have criminal records that are so long, it would prevent them from going into a college, because then it would put the other students in danger of them. They have a propensity of disrespectful, violent, or even shitty behavior, and that's why they have to tragedy pimp instead of getting a degree and actually doing this the right way. I can't fathom that they fool people on the internet into sending them money. You will say you're a hypocrite, Uni. You're on the internet. People send you money. I admit to you that any money I get just supports my show. I admit to you that we're not saving the world or getting justice or anything. Sometimes we want justice, but we're not getting it. We are just entertaining you, discussing things, exposing things, debunking things, confirming things. That's what we do. I would, if I had to go to this property and I had to record parts of it, it would be very short recordings like the news does. And before I would ever upload them, I would edit them and I would check every pixel to make sure that I'm respecting the family and there's a reason for me to upload what I'm uploading. Some of you will call me a doofus because I keep saying it's disrespecting the family to show up unannounced and to trespass and trounce upon their property like Molly just did, but I disagree. Sometimes you do have to go to homes. Sometimes you do want to go drive by a scene like this. I'm not saying you're a bad person for that. I think that Molly's a bad person and she's doing the wrong thing because she is literally doing things for no reason so she can monetize empty, pointless content to create the hooks, the fake hooks to pull in the viewers. So if we get to the end of this video, I see how I have every piece of information that I possibly need. I don't need to go out and do what they did. I know I'm kind of gay. I know. I'm sorry. Someone called me gay. Yeah. West Manchester Township. Let's go. Let's give you the details of this. Wrong song. There it is. The New York County coroner, the York County, not New York, York, says the passing of 3 people found in West Manchester Township Wednesday was a planned susu murmur. According to York County coroner Pamela Gay. Oh, okay. Maybe you guys weren't calling me gay. Maybe you were talking about Pamela Gay because that's the coroner. I'm sorry. Incident took place in the 2000 block of Lowman. The coroner has identified the 3 people as 62-year-old James, 59-year-old Deborah, and 26-year-old Morgan. In fact, this is Morgan right here. She had a YouTube channel. We can listen to her talk. I've already broken down some of what she said. We're going to break down more in case you missed it. And I do think she's experiencing signs of schizophrenia, fear. I think she, irrational fear that doesn't have an explanation for the mind to be feeling, and she is feeling it, in my opinion. Also, I think she is very disjointed. obviously suffering from mental illness. I'll explain more when I react to it in a bit. Report states James and Deborah's deaths were deemed as being... Okay, so they have deemed... Okay, earlier I said if I got more information, I'd let you know. This wasn't out yesterday. I didn't see it yesterday. So since yesterday, as of right now, we just learned that, yes, it was Morgan that actually carried out the murmur. Okay. The report states James and Deborah's were deemed as Ham, and the cause of Morgan has been deemed Susu. I say this because of YouTube's algorithm. All three passed of gunshots to the head. The coroner reported after a detailed investigation, and evidence was found at the scene, which included communications from the family members. It was determined all three family members had pre-planned this event. Investigators and the York County Forensic Unit were at the home for hours. Next of kin have been notified for all three descendants. The situation is currently under investigation, and there is no danger to the public at this time. 3 people were declared dead at 11:54 a.m., according to the coroner. So, when you get Molly going on the property and pouncing around like she is, right? It's still under investigation. And Molly is someone who would know that you probably should keep your distance until the investigation is closed. What if they need to go back? What if there's something about the scene or something and they have to go back and now they find out that this woman was prancing around there? And I'm telling you, the thing is, I've been around these stories for way too long. I've been doing this kind of debunking and this type of commentary for so long. I don't believe that Molly just did that. What I'm saying is, if she might have filmed herself doing that, you know she wanted to read those papers, right? You know she wanted to read those papers. So, gee Willikers, I wonder, would it be like out of the question that she might have put down her camera and went up to read the papers? Maybe she came back later to read those papers if the doors to the car were unlocked. Maybe she did try to open the door to the home. I'm just saying, what would stop her? I don't think anything would. I don't think she has boundaries. So no, it's not outside the wheelhouse of possibility that she was what you see her doing, in my opinion, there is her acting on instinct. It's what's driving her from piece of this video. And that instinct is there because she doesn't have a plan. She's not there to report. She's not there to do something and then leave. And when we see her walking up to the door, in my opinion, if she wasn't recording and if she felt she could get away with it, I do believe she would walk straight in that door. If she could record inside that house, I think she would. Right? Agreed. Who knows, though? Yeah. We need to keep moving because I need to find more video of this incident. And the incident is Molly and Betty on the scene. So if anyone has anything, they can throw it in general and hook me up. I'm going to do some searches, but go ahead, Navy, hook me up. What's up?
Well, no, I just want to say something real fast. So on one of the other videos we were watching when Molly was back at home, right? One of the things that she had remarked on is that down at the bottom of the newspaper article that you had read, the coroner determined that there will be no autopsies done. Right? And she's like, what do you mean no autopsies? You know what I mean? And the thing is, well, when you have paperwork, you have things explaining the scene is relatively obvious of what happened, right? And based on the actions that took place, the coroner's going to be like, I don't need to open up these bodies because we can tell you what happened. We have paperwork confirming what happened. We see what happened. I can tell you from looking at it, this is what happened. They don't need an autopsy.
Ooh. Well, we've got other YouTubers that seem to be kind of exploiting things a little too, so we'll take a look at them in a minute too. Let's see. I'm trying to just search for Molly Golightly. I want the other video of her and Betty walking around. You know, what am I thinking? You know, there's one way I could probably find more video, and that's to search for Bulhorn Betty. I guarantee both of them had their video cameras out, right? You think they're not going to waste the opportunity for both of them to get video of this? Let's go ahead and search for Molly for today. I really want to Molly Golightly applying lip products for 2 minutes. Okay, what is that? Dude.
Whatever it is, I don't want to see it. I really don't want to see it.
Dolly Vision, 6 hours ago, 158 views. It's entitled The Crazy Bunch. Dolly Bulhorn Betty, Molly, Justice for All, and Chronicles of Olivia. Well, he's got that right, the crazy bunch. Charlotte did a video without a crystal ball exploiting victims and MGL. Michelle crazy as ever. So she's going to talk about MGL, Michelle, but she's not going to talk about MGL. Okay. Heels on the ground, go round and round. God, we have to watch that. What in the hell did I just see? Okay, so let's search.
I don't know. It's weird.
Did you see that? Did you see that shit?
I did. I saw the
strange.
that was very strange.
Sometimes I forget you can see my screen because the audience can't right now. So, y'all, I don't know what we just found, y'all, but oh my God. Checkmate Brian Koberger. What's Brian's next move? What? Okay. Morgan Dobbs, the Antichrist from Bulhorn Betty. Wow. So both Betty and Molly are pushing this narrative about Morgan Dobbs. Okay. It's not that she's got a mental disorder or anything. No, she's just the Antichrist. Yeah. How do we know that the father didn't convince the 22-year-old, 23-year-old of this over a period of years? How do we know she wasn't coached? 26. How do we know that the mother wasn't the one convincing the father and Morgan? Right? We just don't know anything more than what we know. Why did the mother and the father okay with this? Because that does tell me that there is an influence in the family. Was it all three of them? Was it two of them? Was it one of them? Is the question. How have they already determined this?
Kim says, go to the last live on MGL main channel of her interviewing the friend.
Oh, will do. Thank you. I always say, guys, if you got something, hook me up. You know how many videos I have open that we have to look at? I got to order something to eat so we don't have to go off the air. I'm going to go talk to Rachel about ordering something to eat while I load up this video here. Okay. Oh, yeah. Morgan and Deborah and Jim, No Pact will check it out. No Pact. I told you. It's literally named No Pact. She is pushing the narrative there was no Susu Pact. So that, why? Oh, well, because she determined this from the very freaking beginning, guys. Before she had any information, she was trying to push that it wasn't a Susu Pact. It was a murmur. And that means that they are trying to say, Betty and Molly, together, with no evidence pushing this, are trying to say that Michelle, what is her name, Michelle? Am I getting that right? Michelle Dobbs? That the girl, the daughter, did this to the mother and father, and they're trying to now I know why Molly went there. She's trying to look at the scene and say, gee, I wonder, remember when she said, how did the bodies get outside? She's trying to say, how did they get outside, as in, did Morgan point a gun at him and tell him to walk outside and then do it and then do herself? She's trying to say that the parents didn't have a pact, didn't have a Susu Pact. The police have analyzed their cell phones, their computers, and said that the communication, so all of these records, including other things in the home, prove that there was a pact. So how are you going to say no pact, Molly? That's the question. That's what I need to know. That's what we're going to find out right now after I try to get dinner ordered. And I'm only ordering dinner because if I go offline, I have to go offline to cook. So I'm going to order it. Let me share my PayPal link in case any of you want to dono. You don't have to. It would just help. It does help keep me online more, as you know. So we're going to load this, and I'm going to see if Navy will do me a favor. Will you interact with the chat while I go talk to Rachel about some things? Do you mind? Well, thank you,
Go ask Alice. Go ask Alice that I sent you a little bit.
Oh, thank you, Alice. Hey, anyone that does, thank you very much, okay? I'm probably going to just be sharing it today and tomorrow because, as you know, the military pays me on the 1st, so then I won't have to share it as much. And I'll probably still share it, I'm just saying. Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl and everyone else. I don't want to say first names or anything. I see everybody who donated, and I thank you so much. You're very kind. All right, give me a minute. I'm going to go see what I can do. Navy, go ahead. Jump on it.
Yes, sir. So they always do this where they make out that they know once again, more than the cops do, right? Like, how does she know there wasn't a pact when the cops literally found evidence of there being this pact, the Susu pact, right? Now, the thing is that if her entire family did believe that they were these type of people that were being, you know, looked at by the government, and they got enough to where they really believed it, I can understand how this might come across, right? But then again, that doesn't make any money for Molly or Betty or any of them, and so they have to be able to find something that the cops didn't do or something that the cops missed. And you know what? It's almost like the same thing when scientists come out and say the world is round, and they come out and say, well, it looks flat, so it must be flat, so I must go out and do this, right? And I must, you know, prove all this wrong, when it's already been proven time and time again that they are absolutely 100% incorrect. There's irrefutable evidence that they are wrong. And so, yeah, anything y'all want to say in chat, you know, hit me up, tag me, I'll read it out. Perk71, why would a friend give an interview to a YouTuber, not the media, which is more lucrative? I think it just depends. I think it just depends on how they present themselves. A lot of people know that YouTube's out there and people are covering this, and so you could have these neighbors that are willing to talk and stuff like that. Maybe they're just, you know, maybe they believe the whole, you know, fake press badge thing, that they are, you know, YouTube press or whatever, and so they, you know, give them, you know, whatever statement they think. And it's kind of crazy though. But they're going to go bug these people, right? These people that had this happen, and it was already told in one of the other newspapers that the neighbors didn't even know them that well. So what can you gain from that? Nothing.
Yeah, and we're about to watch it. And what can you gain? What can you gain? Now, I just took a break so that I could get things set up so we can keep streaming, because we've been going. We would normally be ending our stream like 45 minutes ago. There's so much going on that I want to cover. All Crime with Dandy. Thank you. All Crime with Dandy. Do you have a channel? You have a channel? Do you do anything? Because, you know, All Crime with Dandy sounds like a channel name. 4 days ago. Yeah, it looks like you've been uploading a couple videos.
Kim says it's a childhood friend of the daughter.
Oh.
That Molly talked to.
Childhood. Check out our members' channel and support it. I'm going to share your channel. I hope you don't mind. I put the link in the chat. Andy, All Crime with Andy. Just thought I'd hook up one of my members by sharing their channel. I hope that's okay. Peeps, go subscribe. All Crime with Andy only has 41 subs. Maybe if we get some subs over there, Andy will upload more. Because we as a community here, peeps, we support each other. We don't do what these people do where you disagree with us and we kick you out of our chat or something. We only kick people out of the chat for TOS violations and for attacking people. We let you argue. We want you to disagree. We want to talk about it. And we just want people to be honest is all we ask. And so if someone comes in like and says, I don't know, like, I can't believe you're doing this. And then I go, oh, okay, well, here's a link to my stream where I did the opposite. And I asked that person in the chat, so are you going to admit that you were wrong? And instead they call me a name or something. Yeah, I'm going to kick you out. But if you disagree with me and you're willing to be honest and have a dialogue with me, you're welcome to stay. So I'm just trying to give you an example. Also, it's important that we support all the clip channels, especially Kool-Aid, because Kool-Aid was just unfairly false struck by Molly. And then you can rewind to the beginning of this video, because in the beginning of the video, I break down exactly how Molly knew that Kool-Aid, by what she admitted, she had said Kool-Aid was under fair use, heavily edited, and shouldn't have been struck. So she used 3 different channels to strike Kool-Aid, knowing that if YouTube got mad at her for filing false strikes, YouTube will give you, if you file false strikes and they determine you filed a false strike, they'll strike you instead of your target. And that's why Molly used 3 different channels to strike Kool-Aid. One of the channels she used didn't even have content uploaded to it. So that if a strike came back on her for filing false strikes, she'd still be able to stream. And that is basically showing she had the intent doing that. So I think it's important for us to support each other in the community, support the clip channels that make this stuff possible, especially ones like Heels in the Air, Kool-Aid, and everyone else that we shout out regularly, because they do upload under fair use. They're pulling transformative content. They're taking select clips, putting them together and uploading them. Those select clips do not violate any copyright to that long live stream that they pulled those clips from, right? They don't go and just upload the content. And what's sick is there are people out there that are taking nonsense content and just playing it, you know, for like Molly does, violating the copyright. And you know, I'm not going to name names or get involved, but I think nonsense should strike those channels because those people support Molly and they support Molly filing strikes and doing these things when it's fair use. So why not? Why would none of them could get mad if they violate fair use and they get a strike, right? I mean, that's the whole point. And that's another reason Molly is going to end up striking somebody who doesn't care. And then what they're going to do is do what Molly's done and go have a bunch of different channels and strike her until her channel goes down. And I don't want that to happen to any YouTuber. And that's why I'm criticizing Molly Golightly for doing it to Kool-Aid. So when Kool-Aid makes a new channel, if Kool-Aid gets her channel back, we're going to go subscribe to it like crazy is what we're going to do. We're going to support each other because that's not what these people do. They build, you know, I don't care if it's boring. It might chase away some of my viewers. I'm going to bitch for a minute. I'm going to complain for a second. You know what we do? The opposite. We actually support each other. We actually go in and try to shout each other out. We try to be nice to each other and we try to understand each other. Even when we disagree, we try to talk about it or whatever. We don't go and attack each other and all that. They gatekeep. It's called gatekeeping. They build a gate. They pick the people out there that will do what they're bidding. Molly, Justin, all these other people. They do Molly's bidding. They do each other's bidding. And the only smaller channels that they will let be around are people that will play their game, that will lie for them, that will attack for them, dox for them, and be okay with all these abhorrent things they do. Then they build that gate and they try to reward only those people, regardless of any community, any type of content. They reward the behavior, and then they build the gate and they keep the gate. And if you do something wrong, they throw you out of the gated community that they've made. They gatekeep it. So if you go into Molly's chat and say something she doesn't like, immediately you're banned. You disagree with her, immediately you're banned. You see what I'm saying? Now, right here, disgusting title, Morgan and James, No Pact. I will check it out. What are you talking about? How in the world, if you don't, have you gone to the police? Have you gone to the police and asked them for the electronic information that they have of the computers, laptops, the iPads, and the cell phones that contain the electronic conversations that the family had that prove it was a pact? How are you, when you don't have access to that information, going to determine that there's no pact without seeing the evidence of the pact? The pact is proven by their communications. The police have those communications. The police have done hours upon hours of investigational work to come out and tell the news and all of us through the news that it was a pact based on that information. And they're doing everything in their power to fact check it and make sure that it's all real and it's all there and it's all provable, right? How are you just going to go say that there's no pact or think that there's no pact? It's almost like you don't want there to be a pact so that you could turn Morgan from a sick person who had a pact with her parents, because you got to be sick, got to be mentally ill to do this. You got to be out of your mind to make this pact with your parents at all and to carry through with it. And we know that. And you're just going to say that she wasn't mentally ill. She was actually criminally culpable? Because it's saying there's no pact is saying that Morgan, because we now know that Morgan did pull the trigger between yesterday and today, information has come out through news reports that Morgan did pull the trigger. And so they're trying to say that there was no pact so that it will justify their demonization of Morgan. Also, it'll turn the two parents from suicide victims. When you're a suicide victim, you're a victim of your own self-intent. And they're trying to make it to where they are a victim of Morgan's intent so they can make content and money. Let's hear what she said. Under fair use, I will be reacting to this under the copyright in the description, where this is absolutely transformative. It's absolutely commentary, educational, and all of the things under the fair use agreement. The fair use agreement is a law. It is a right. You don't want to violate rights, Molly, remember?
Hi, everyone. About 3 days ago, a story came
That magnifying glass, I'm getting me a damn magnifying glass. If Molly can have if having a magnifying glass means you good, I'm getting one.
And don't forget your pad of paper and the pen too, right?
I already got that shit. I went in and talked to Rachel. I said, where's my yellow pad of paper and where is my silvery pen? And she said, it's right here. And I said, you have a magnifying glass for me? Amazon's going to fix that shit. Amazon Prime, free delivery.
Process that at Patreon.
If you buy a magnifying glass, use the Amazon link at Unirock2's description. Anything you buy will kick 10% over to us for free.
Had said, Marissa, look at this breaking. And it was the evening. And it said 12.
Are you talking about your jaw? You said, look at this breaking. You are talking about the jaw that talks. Molly, Unirock's talking about us again. He can't let people know about the secret that your jaw talks to you. You got to stop him. I know. I'll go copy strike him.
12 minutes ago, it had broke in our area. So it would have been about 37 minutes away from where I live.
Oh my God. Here comes the yellow notepad. She's going to take her camera. She's going to hold up the magnifying glass. She's going to take the sparkly pen on the pad of paper and she's going to write down all of these times. And she's going to conclude the truth. No pact. Wicked says, is Rach with notes too?
In the York, Manchester County area. And when we watched the reporter...
oh my God. Don't tell Betty. Don't tell Betty that Morgan lives in the Manchester County area because she's going to think that means that Morgan's a man.
Tell us what had happened. All they said was 3 bodies had been discovered in a backyard.
Oh, God.
And that they were taken away.
I don't know what's going on with the lighting. Molly typically lately looks like she is healthy. Okay, I was just commenting on how Molly looked healthier, right? And in the last 2 days, she went from that healthy look to very pale, very pasty. Her nose looks very strange. It's not an insult. I'm not insulting her. But I do think it coincides that when she starts to look like this, it coincides with her being stumbling around and her jaw doing that thing. And it's weird. And just making observation.
No real details. And we're all like, wait, what? They were found outside? There was a tarp on it? Like, how
we had a lot of details when it broke. I mean, a lot of them.
Can that be? And they said no autopsy would be done.
Yeah, that's Navy. That's it right there. That right there. She just saw her, in the start of mystery when she heard that.
Yeah, because she watches too much TV and thinks that every time something like this happens, you have to have an autopsy, which is not true. Unless, I'm just going to put that real quick, unless they are suspect of the way it happened or whatever, then they'll try to do an autopsy to figure something happened. But when it's blatantly obvious and they have corroborating evidence, they're not going to do one.
Exactly. See, that's the thing. If it was a different manner of passing, then let's say poison, or if it was something else, the autopsy would provide blood levels. And I could just go into a million things. I don't want to bore the audience. So that's why they'll do an autopsy in those certain, maybe even if there were gunshots to the body, right? Oh shit, somebody just tagged heels in the air and nonsense and rockAlot. Apparently Walter is in China.
Oh wow, China.
What? Hold on a minute. Wait a second. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me get the uni in it. Isn't there a rule with Molly? And I mean this. This is 100% out of Molly's mouth, not mine. There's a rule that she's not allowed to go on benders. And God knows what she means by that, whether it's just alcohol or what. She's not allowed to do it when Walter's around. She's got to go stay in a hotel. But now we're hearing that Walter's in China. See what I'm saying? Yes, see what I'm saying? So she could pretend now that Walter's away that her home is the hotel, right? Because the whole thing is she's not allowed to be around Walter because he gets annoyed by the fact that she's on a bender, right? I'm just saying. Shopaholic says, there is so much furniture gone from her house. I think he moved to the other house. And Natalie says, China again. But then if I was married to Molly, I'd be in China a lot too. Yeah, I would go to Japan. They have really good food there. And everyone's so nice. Like, I've been studying Japanese culture lately and annoying the hell out of everybody talking about it in Discord. It's really cool.
Well, wait, what?
LG, I know, right? But I don't want to go there. I try to stay away from that topic myself. I don't care what you guys say in chat. I don't care where you guys
He's the one
go,
driving her. He's the one driving her places.
Why isn't she? Now, you know what? Isn't that weird? Why isn't she driving? Does she not drive? I thought she did drive. You know what I'm saying? Safari says the furniture's there. It's just moved around. But you know, it's weird. It's like all of a sudden she just can't drive for some reason. And she said they're waiting on new furniture. I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt that she's going to order. I mean, the way that the Dre story went, the last few days of the Dre story, and now the way that it's going for her in this new story, she's probably going to buy like 6 new houses. She's probably going to have a new BMW. Her son, she's going to buy him a tree house that looks like, you know, a literal freaking mansion, you know?
What? Neighbors didn't know anything, and that it was a woman in her 20s and 2 adults.
Oh, this one, Safari? Okay, gotcha.
In their 60s. Well.
So what? And why are you itchy and why are you making these faces? Like, I'm saying it's different from how you've been lately. You are a completely different person here. Completely different mannerisms, completely different things.
As of yesterday, I got their names, and it was the parents and a daughter, 26 years old. Well, now they're saying that it was a Sue, you know.
Susu. Around here, we say Susu. And Molly, wow, I really appreciate the videos that I'm reacting to not getting me uber demonetized, so thank you. Safari says there's no wedding ring still. Uh-oh. Things that make you go, oh yeah.
Fact.
Shit, I'm going, See, the thing about Molly, the thing about all of these people, okay? Here's the thing, and this is the damn truth, y'all. Listen to me. You get more mystery. You get more truth. You get more solving of issues. You get more justice from our streams covering them than they have ever had a smidgen of from doing what they do. And I don't even claim or care to have any of that here. I just want to entertain you and try to be funny when you're here. That's all I'm trying to do. So it's ironic, but the mystery is from them. It's literally looking at them and asking, what is making Molly have these weird character traits while Walter's gone? What is making Betty act the way she does or be this way at this time? And will we get justice for the people that Molly doxes or Betty doxes? Will we get justice for the families that she's done these kind of things to, right? And it's crazy because we're not here for that. It's not that we're going to cause it either, but it does happen a million times more than it happens for them.
And their names were displayed.
Well, that's right, Rhett's mom. I'm glad to have you here. Thank you.
And they were found in the backyard. No autopsy still.
Ooh, Peggy.
Now, the neighbors didn't really know these people.
So, Navy, didn't you say before they went and did the neighbors today? Because yesterday we were talking about this and the day before. Didn't you say they're not going to get anything from going around and talking to the neighbors because the police have already said that they did it and the neighbors didn't know them? You've said this several times.
Yes. Yeah, they, according to the police report, from what I understand from the reports, is that they lived there for about 3 years and the neighbors really didn't know them that well.
Uh-oh. The other day, Walter called her off of a live to sign papers. She said, oh, for the house? I don't want this house, though. Oh, shit. You know, it's crazy because I've always said that there is a high chance that Walter is tolerating some of the stuff, and he's finding out about it after it happens. So like Walter might think that when she's on stream and we kind of see him there, that certain things are happening, but then afterwards, I'm telling you, he has to be going out and watching nonsense, me, heels in the air. And then he's got to, how would you be? I mean, I know how I would be. I put myself in his shoes. If Rachel was acting like this and I was at the house while she was streaming like this, right? I would be seeing one side of her because I wouldn't be paying attention the whole time. I'd be doing my own thing. I got all my stuff going on, right? And I would only then be able to really know what's happened if I go in the afterward and see the criticism and stuff. And it would just be jarring. It would be like, did you really dox 50 people in the last 2 months? And if Molly was going to tell the truth, she'd be like, no, I did 150 because I do a lot more off the air, right? Or did you really exploit this shit for money? Is that how you're making the money off YouTube, is exploiting these tragedies? Well, if she was going to be honest with them, I don't just exploit the tragedies. I mean, I go in there and just do everything. I could go on the phone. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll call and send, like, and I'll harass the popo. And then if I got to lie on the police in order to get some extra cash, you know I'm going to do it, Walter, you know? So whether Walter finds out from Molly what I'm saying or he finds out from watching people that criticize, what are you going to do? What is anyone going to do? How is anyone going to tolerate this? Now, I'm not going to say, you know, Molly is a manipulator and a liar. So do you really think she didn't lie and manipulate Walter is what I'm saying. Now, Walter still has culpability and blame because that man will allow her to sit and say that, oh, Walters can look this up and he can find this out. And when we hear that, and then a day later, that person's been doxxed to all hell, yeah, we're going to think Walter was involved. And it's not to be mean to Walter. It's because of his wife's behavior that he's permitting. So yeah, I would not be shocked if Walter left. But then again, I'm not going to be shocked if he stays too. Because she's the type of person who's going to try to tell him straight out, you going to leave? Oh, good, because I'm going to drain you for every penny. Tell me right now, and I'm not being mean to Molly. I'm going off of Molly's normal behavior. If Walter walked away, do you think she would just let him go? Hell no. She's going to freaking do everything in her power to fuck him over. She'll get dirty. You get me? In fact, Walter, he's probably one of those dudes, and I know several, they get divorced and they say, I'm never going to marry again. And they mean it. They don't ever plan on getting married again, which is fine. You know, they're going to date, they can be with somebody without getting married, but I'm not like that. I'm just saying, some guys are like that.
But they bought the house about 3 years ago in 2020. Neighbors didn't really know them. I can't understand why the three would make a pact.
Oh my fucking God. Molly, listen, I'm going to treat you like a person here. I always treat you like a person. I'm saying I'm going to treat you like you're acting like a person here, like you're being genuine. No one would ever understand that. It's not normal. It's sad. It's illness. These people thought that the government was using very weird, impossible mechanisms and machines to spy on them and affect their lives, tell them what to do, to beam things into their heads. Being a targeted individual, that's what that means. How does anyone understand? It's like she's trying to okay, I can't understand a Susu pact. And then you can tell she's really thinking for a minute, like, yeah, I can't understand a Susu pact. Has anybody in the history of humanity ever understood that shit? I mean, look, one of the biggest stories out there is that UFO thing with Halley's Comet. Wasn't it Halley's Comet? Maybe? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Hellbop. It was the Hellbop comet.
Hellbop. Hellbop, yeah. Hellbop is a comet. I'm going to do a video on this. With all this suicide stuff, I'm going to do a video because I think it'll really help us understand what these pacts do and how it works. It's a cult. They're typically, and I'm not saying this, we do not know what happened with this current story, and I am not going to guess like Molly because I like being able to sleep at night, unlike her. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to do that to these three people. I'll wait a little bit of time until we have the info, then I'll say something. But anyway, with the Hellbop comment, there was a group of people that thought that a UFO was traveling behind Hellbop, and they thought that they had to drink the
Jesus.
damn... What is it?
They believed that Jesus was in a spaceship in the tail of the comet and that they were going to meet him. It was Heaven's Gate was the name of the group.
Gotcha. Yeah. Exactly. And they thought that they had to drink a special Kool-Aid together while they all wore these like white robes and shit. At the exact moment that it was at the spot in the sky, and that their souls would be beamed into the spaceship with Jesus. They thought this because of a leader that had them convinced, right? And different pacts have different social ties, social pressures, okay? So I forgot why I went on that route, but the point is nobody understands these things. No one understands why this guy could talk these people into doing this then, and it's been like 40 years or 30 years. You keep scratching your hefty bag. Does your hefty itch?
First,
does your hefty itch? Does it feel good to scratch your hefty?
Someone, I don't know who.
Jim Jones, thank you, Sally.
Said, I think it was a comment, said that it was some sort of fight. I guess we can rule that comment out.
Why do you even look at the comments? Like, it's okay to scan them, but anybody can type there. You got to start remembering this stuff. Anyone can type. People that don't like you are going to purposely mislead you there just to mess with you.
It was a fight between the landlord and the tenants. We could rule that out.
Rule that out. Rule that out. We never ruled it in.
And then now they're saying it's a pact.
No one in the world ruled that in. There it goes.
Well,
there it is. That damn hefty bag is itchy.
What 26-year-old makes a pact?
Damn, what an itchy hefty bag.
With their parents. But furthermore, what type of parents make a pact with their child?
Parents that are convinced that a religious and that a government conspiracy is targeting them, and this religious thing they're doing is going to relieve it. Help them. That's who.
That doesn't make any sense at all. You would really have to dig and learn more from the people around them.
No. There is a squirrel and it's out in the yard and it's doing all this. Get out of shoot, squirrel, shoot.
Especially going through their cell phones, right?
That's what the Popo did. That's how they found out about the pact. Not just the cell phones, their PCs, their computers, their tablets, their phones, all of it matched up. All of it explained what happened. Yes.
That's what I would think. So that would have to be an investigation, but
there it is. That's why she took the damn magnifier. She literally did. It wasn't a joke. She wasn't LARPing. She was serious. That's why she had the yellow paper, the sparkly pen, and the magnifying glass. We need some memes. We need to put her on Inspector Gadget, her face.
I just got told that Tragic T in the live chat is actually Kool-Aid.
No. Tragic T? Hey, Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid, at the beginning of this, I proved that Molly knew that she was against fair use in striking you, and that she used separate accounts to do it to try and prevent her account from getting struck down for false striking you. And I put out a community post so that it would have all the information kind of like, together, just so you know. And if you need any help, just like last time, hit us up. We'll do whatever we can for you. I get all the different things that are going on there. So you know what I'm saying?
That would have to be its own investigation in itself. Now,
she does need to lose her channel. And honestly, I think it's because she can't control herself. And the thing is, it's sad because Molly, I've said this, when I first started talking about Dre, I would talk about like before I knew about all the bad things about Molly, I had seen some of her funny things. And I'm like, she can be funny. She can have an entertaining personality. And so it is sad when somebody is out of control for whatever reason and they can't give that part of themselves to hopefully an audience that would like it because of whatever it is. And it's not taking any blame away from her. That's why she deserves to lose her channel, and it's why she's a monster, because she struck Kool-Aid. Her striking Kool-Aid, in my opinion, is in line has to do with her falling when she's walking through the hallway. It has to do with her having weird stuff in her nose. It has to do with the way she's acting. It has to do with her itching the hefty bag. These weird behaviors you haven't seen in a while from Molly, and in my opinion, all coincide with her being in a state of mind that is related to her striking Kool-Aid and doing other destructive things she does. So I think when she gets stressed, she enters this state of mind. Whatever she does to enter it, God knows. And when she's in that state of mind, does a lot of the most destructive stuff she does, like these weird investigations, striking down channels, doxing people nonstop every day. These happen when she's in that state of mind.
Is that something really, really
I
freaky?
get told that this is the video where she does the walking and having to hold up to the wall.
At the end of it, yeah.
But the thing is I get the feeling that there's absolutely no investigation at all.
What did you just say? What are you talking about? I just played a video, and it has all of the detectives, the popo, the coroner, all of this crazy stuff is set up there. What are you saying? The cops are lying? The cops are lying about having every one of their units, every relative unit assigned to the case, going through all communications, forensics, everything is happening. What are you talking about? Oh, I know why she said this. I'm dumb. She thinks that just because there's no freaking autopsy, that somehow it means there's no investigation. I guarantee it.
Because you could see if there were wounds.
You're going to itch the hefty bag in a minute, aren't you? That hefty bag is starting to itch, I can tell.
Right?
It's starting to itch. How long can you go with your hefty bag itching?
But where did this happen? And did it all happen in the backyard?
Holy shit, Batman. What are you saying? If she would have moved them after doing this, there'd be a blood trail. She would have blood all over herself. She didn't go in and take a shower and change her clothes and then go out and do it to herself. So why? If it's planned, all three of them planned this. Oh shit, Remy. Remy says she looks like she's wearing crap. Like shit. Yeah, it's the hefty bag. She's got like 3 of these. It's a new product line. It's luxury product line from Hefty. You know Hefty. They make like the trash bags and the plastic bags. And it's called the Hefty sweater. The only problem with it, it's itchy as hell.
Because if it all happens in the backyard, then surely the neighbors would have called, correct? And
they did.
Said, hey, I just heard 3 pow pow pows. And it's in the backyard of my neighbors. So I was thinking about...
Why does she keep saying that the neighbors nobody called the cops, Navy? Why does she keep saying that? Because I didn't read that.
I don't know, because she's dumb.
I swear she's making it up so that she can sit here and do this. Tragic T said, I promised myself if she did it again, I would follow through with something. I hate systems. Maybe I'll get some help from someone here. I appreciate all the good feelings. It's disappointing. Tragic T, listen. You can get online. You can go to Reddit and you can look and look for support under Google support and in Reddit. Or you got to search them. And if you need help, I'll try to find it for you. I'll try to tweet it out or put it on my community tab in the next coming days. But you can go in and find a lawyer, and it's a website, and you can pay them $25. If you need it, I'll send it to you. And if you don't have it, and they will represent you on any copyright form or any form you have so that you don't have to put your name or address or any information. Okay? I'm pretty sure I know a couple YouTubers that use it every time they get a strike. So it stops these people from trying to dox them. And it's legal. It's perfectly legal. You sign a little thing with them, and then you put when they get a communication from YouTube about the strike, they email it to you. And that's what you pay them for, is that little thing there. And they don't really do much, but they protect your identity. You got me? Also, that'll allow you, and you know what? I'm just done. I'm going to say it. If you end up wanting to get a lawyer because you've had your channels unfairly struck down so many times by her, and I've seen the evidence, if you went to court against her, you would win. Because I'm telling you, these little things that I've shown people about her purposely doing things, you know, like using multiple channels that don't have anything to do with her brand, like a channel that she creates with her name to file one of the strikes, is a complete and utter false strike, and she knows it. And that's why I think if you did take her to court, you'd win. You'd win on the basis of fair use, and you'd win on these other things I've named, but you would also get her channel banned over being able to show that, and YouTube will have a lawyer that'll show up, and or your lawyer will be able to petition YouTube legal. I'm not trying to tell you to do that because it's a lot of work and it's a lot of bullshit, and I know that life is life, so I'm not saying you have to, but I'm just saying you don't even have to go that far. You could just appeal what she's done and demand that YouTube investigate her blatant misuse of the system to ban your channel without going to court. And because if you can show that they are frivolous strikes, you don't even have to go to court. YouTube will just reverse them. And that happened to Bulhorn Betty with Toastie, with Burnt Toast. And Bulhorn Betty was told, if you do any more of these, we're going to delete your channel. And she stopped striking Burnt Toast. Molly has done it so much and misused it so much against you, she would get her channel banned in a freaking heartbeat. And I'm going to tell you, if you decide to do that, I'm going to give you one little hint. That way you don't have to hire a lawyer and you don't have to give your identity or anything. You can straight contact YouTube Legal and tell them through the Google support forum that this person is completely misusing their system to bully and harass you. And if you can give them enough information to prove it, you won't have to go to court. You'll get your channel reinstated and she'll lose her channel for it. But whatever you decide to do, I support you. Okay? Because I know any option, she's going to come after you. She's going to try to dox you. She's going to threaten you. She's going to try to ruin your life because it's what she does. So if you can't afford any of those things, I understand. And if you want to just make a new channel, just let me nonsense and everybody know, and we'll get everyone to go subscribe to it. You won't lose any. In fact, I bet you'll gain subscribers. You'll probably be bigger than you were before. So she's Streisand affecting your channel. I know everybody in this chat. Guys, hook it up. Would you support a new channel from Kool-Aid? All of you? Would you support a new channel from Kool-Aid? Tell us in the chat.
Just going over there and seeing if there were any neighbors outside. Because when you saw the news footage, right? If you saw the news footage, you would definitely see that tarp over those people.
What? Okay, hold on, Nate. Let me debunk your ass, Molly. Let me Billy Madison yo ass, because I'm about to debunk you so hard you're going to feel like you went back to kindergarten through 12th grade, okay? I'm about to debunk you so hard you're going to mentally go back through kindergarten to 12th grade. You're going to get your ass Billy Madison right now. Let me pull this up. Click of a button. Just one click of a button. I'm on Billy Madison. Billy Madison yo ass right here. Gee, I wonder why they didn't see the tarp. Huh, I wonder. Let's just pause it and go back here to the first thing. See this? What's all that back there? What is all that? Huh. Fast forward a little bit to the backyard. Oh, look. The coroner doesn't just leave the bodies and the tarp for everyone to stare at. They immediately set up privacy to respect the dead. Because that coroner is actually trying to respect the dead. Go back to kindergarten through 12th grade because Unirock just Billy Madison yo ass. Molly.
And you saw the police.
Say that again. I want to hear you say this again.
If you saw the news footage, you would definitely see that tarp over those people.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw the police over it.
Yeah. See, so if anyone was trying to go look out there, any of their neighbors are looking around, they're not going to see the bodies or the tarp.
How would those bodies be brought out of the house?
Oh my holy shit, kabibble Batman. They didn't get brought out of the house. What?
Or did she do it
Look at the date of the article and the date on her upload after at her home. Debunk. There you go.
Inside and bring the 2 bodies out, lay them down.
What?
And
no, she didn't move the bodies, Molly. What are you talking about? She didn't move the bodies according to it.
Then bring her.
Navy, do we have the coroner report? Because I know it's out there. We don't have to. I'm just asking. Do you know if it's if any?
I want to say one of the news reports I dropped in general, I think has the coroner's report. I think it's the last one I dropped. Let me go look.
Oh my God. Walter went to China and he just became the best political commentator that the United States has in China right now. So we're at war with China, are we, Molly? How did he fly to China then? Is he gonna, you know that if we're at war with China, they're not gonna let him fly home. Is that why he's saying this, Molly? Is Walter not wanting to come home from China? And he's going to say, Molly, the news reports, those rumors, all those conspiracy sites are right. We're at war with China. They've shut down all the airports, all the train stations. They're not letting Americans leave. I'm sorry, Molly, I can't come home. The rumors are true. But Walter, I just looked it up. I can book a flight to and home from China right now. That's just so that nobody knows. China doesn't want people to know that they're holding us captive. I can't come home, Molly. I can't. Oh my God, Walter, I'm going to tell everybody on Patreon right now. Oh my God, Walter can't come home. Oh no. Breaking news, Molly, go lightly. We're at war with China. Walter can't leave the country.
Self out and do it out there. But if
Lurker says she was high AF in the video outside the house. Her jaw didn't stop, but here her jaw hasn't moved, but she looks rough here. But I didn't say it. You did, but I agree with you.
If that were to happen, they would have been found immediately, correct?
Like, since we're at war with China, Walter can't book a flight home, correct? Like, he's not just staying there because he doesn't want to come home, right? Correct? Okay.
Correct. So tomorrow, because it's too late right now, you can drive me in?
Yeah, can I drive?
Yeah, absolutely.
Faking a world war to get out of coming home to your wife.
So,
it's World War III, Molly. I can't come home. They just don't want anyone to know on the news.
What?
I'm gonna back out.
All right. So if that were to happen, surely the neighbors and such would know something. And the reason why I think,
man, you're wobbling. What's with the wobbling?
The neighbors would be willing to talk, but the thing is, I'm not willing to knock on doors. I'm just hoping that I could get some
bullshit.
luck.
Bullshit.
Oh yeah, bullshit. Yeah, I'm just hoping. Oh my God. Oh my God. Now we know why at the end of that video she said, "Oh, a neighbor," and ended it. Right? You see what I'm saying? See, she wasn't having any luck. I know, Punk Rock Girl, I know. And I love that song. Have you ever heard that song, Punk Rock Girl? I forget who it's from because I'm such an old punk rocker. I'm forgetting my shit. But wait, the Dead Milkmen. Dead Milkmen, great song. Go listen to it. I wish I could play it. Remember at the end of her video where she's at the house, she goes, "Oh, a neighbor," and ends it. I bet there was no neighbor. You really think she wouldn't have shown that freaking neighbor? She would have said, "Oh, a neighbor." And she would have interviewed him on camera. She's never once gone offline because of a neighbor. She's never once stopped recording ever because of another human being in her life. But we're supposed to believe that she did it this time? No. She knows the neighbors aren't going to talk to her. They're not going to talk to anyone but the cops. And so she's making an excuse to make it seem as if a neighbor came out so she can, tell people she didn't knock on the door, obviously. That's my thoughts. Okay, we're watching her walk down the hall. And I know it sounds crazy. Why are we watching her walk down the hall? Well, just take a look. Take a look.
Someone outside. Now, it recently snowed here. How much? Not that much. And by now, people have, you know, people have snowed up their snow and, you know, they've plowed their snow.
Cherie, hey. Hey. Thank
What
you,
does
Cherie.
snowed up their snow mean?
I don't know. I snowed up there. She's like walking down that hall like, the snow came from the snow, and then the snow snowed the snow. Cherie, we love you. Just so you know, okay?
So I was thinking about going over there first thing tomorrow morning. Hopefully.
No snow morning snow.
I could catch some.
What are you doing? Why are you hugging the wall? Why are you hugging the wall, man? You're getting close with that wall.
Nosy neighbor.
Watch her kiss the wall and say, "Oh, Walter. Oh, you haven't been this frisky in years, Walter."
So I want to say thank you for watching.
That wall is Walter. You know what I'm saying?
And if you want to look up that.
Makeup Mobster says, can you explain why she used 3 different channels to strike Kool-Aid? Yes, I will. I did it at the beginning of the stream, but I'll do it again. We're almost done with this video. I'll go ahead and I'll break it down.
Video of the news. I'll put that information up there.
We know you will. Molly, you literally just walked around wobbling like crazy, and then you hugged that wall like that wall was Walter. Like that wall was getting freakier than Walter has in the last couple of years. You were loving on that wall. Now, why is it that you bumped into that wall? Let's see.
How much?
No, I'll do it. I want to do it. I want to explain it to everybody because, look. I got a graph right here. It tells me when new people leave and come in and stuff. So I can see a lot of new people are in here, and I want them to know what happens. I'll explain it. You can rewind if you want, but I'll explain it in just a second.
Not that much. And by now, people have, you know.
Next time we see this hallway, there's going to be little face drawn on that wall right there.
People have
with a sparkly marker. And it's going to have puckered lips.
Snowed up their snow, and you know, they've plowed their snow. So I was thinking about.
Hey guys, meet my husband, Walter.
Going over there first thing tomorrow morning. Hopefully. I could catch some
there it is.
Nosy neighbor.
She's like, whoa. Oh, Walter. I fell into Walter. Okay, so yeah, definitely. The big major thing here is she's making excuses to talk to the neighbors, to knock on the neighbors' doors, and to present as if she talked to the neighbors. I want to see her talk to the neighbors. Do we know where the video, do we know where the video is of her talking to the neighbors? Tell me in the chat while I explain to you real quick why it is that she used 3 different channels to strike Kool-Aid. Let me hook you up because the reason is really scummy and it actually shows the intent of what she did. Oh my God, I'm starving to death. We've been live almost 4.5 hours. We're hitting 4.5 here soon. Oh heavens. All right. Man, what a live stream. This live stream has been hilarious. It's been action-packed. It's been full of stuff. We are hitting the 9 p.m. mark. Damn. And I support Kool-Aid. In the beginning of the video, I kind of broke it down, but I want to break it down again. Kool-Aid lost her channel today because of Molly Go Lightly. Molly struck Kool-Aid. Though, real quick, I'm going to pull... Oh, I got it on my community tab. I'll just pull it from my community tab. If you need an explanation of what happened, you can go to my community tab, but I'll explain it better here right now. Okay. So, let me explain my community tab post because it'll be like easier for me to do that. So, the Kool-Aid channel was false struck by Molly Go Lightly. It's gone. It was taken down. So, I'm going to go through it here. 1. Molly filed false strikes on a channel that she knows used the videos under fair use through editing and clipping. She said this, if you look at Nonsense's, I'll actually show it. If you look at Nonsense's community tab, Nonsense posted Molly talking about this. But even more than that, there's more to what Nonsense posted at the bottom, but anyway. So right here, I took down Kool-Aid for the second time, even though they were hiding under fair use. So you're admitting that it was under fair use and trying to wiggle up and use fancy editing. Okay, so you're saying they used fancy editing. You're saying that it was transformative, that it was clips taken from your channel, and it wasn't a reproduction, a re-upload. It wasn't a market replacement for your stream, because fair use is market replacement. Am I replacing their content so that people aren't going to go there and watch it? No. Completely different demographic. Completely different type of people want to watch. The people that would watch Kool-Aid would not sit and watch that live stream. And she already admitted it's fair use through the editing and through this. Now, at the bottom of this, she even says that she did it because the channel won't fight me. So she's admitting that she misused fair use because she already knew she'd win. Now, that's not why you file copy strikes, people. You file them because somebody violated copyright. You have to sign your name legally to every copy strike, and it goes to court. What you're signing is essentially a document that's going to go to court, be used in court. It's a court document. So you can't lie on that document. You can't misuse this process, or you're breaking a law. Let's move to number 2. Molly wanted the channel to go down, so she ordered false strikes exactly enough to take the channel down. Now, this doesn't matter. I'm not saying 3 is exactly enough, because she could have issued 5, but the point is she made sure to issue enough to take the channel down. That's the point. All that is admits that she's misusing the system. What you're supposed to do is file copyright strikes on every video that is misusing your copyright, that's violating the copyright. We already know Kool-Aid didn't violate the copyright, but that's what it's for. And if you use it for anything but that, so every video that violates the copyright on Kool-Aid's channel should have got a strike. Not just what she needed to do to take the channel down. Molly then used 3 separate channels that we know of, she could have used more, to file the strikes. The main channel, and the main channel is what we assume, but we think she used the main channel. We know she used her live channel and a 3rd channel that used her name. She did this because if YouTube judges Molly to be abusing with the strike she filed, if she's misusing the strike system to file a strike, instead of YouTube giving a strike to Molly's target, if YouTube determines you filed the strike incorrectly, you get the strike. They will strike you for misusing the copyright strike system, or they'll take down your whole channel. Molly knew she was filing false strikes, and she knew if she filed all the strikes from Molly Go Lightly, that if YouTube stepped in, she would get 3 strikes on Molly Go Lightly, and Molly's channel would go down. So in order to protect her, in case Kool-Aid fought against Molly, in order to protect her main channel from getting 3 strikes, she used different channels to file the strikes. She spread the strikes out on these different channels because in her mind, it protects her main channel, even though it wouldn't. Anyway, she did this because if YouTube judges Molly's behavior to be an abuse of the copyright system, like they did to Betty in the past when Betty tried to strike Toastie, Molly knows for each false strike she files, she can get a strike herself on the channel. So to make sure that she's safe, she spread the strikes out amongst the different channels she used to file the strikes, which is not how this works. You must use the account, the brand that the channel violated the copyright of to file the strikes. She has to, she must. Makeup says that's so shitty because you don't have to strike from the channel that the vids are being used from. You do have to. Well, okay, I don't want to, you can, okay, let's say that I can choose to file from Unirock 2 if you've taken from Unirock 2. But if you've taken from rockAlot and violated rockAlot, I'm supposed to use rockAlot. Now, here's the thing. It's the same thing. rockAlot and Unirock 2 are under all of the same stuff. It's the same AdSense account. It's the same account with YouTube, right? So essentially, I like it's sometimes you can use the like a smaller channel. So let's say you took content from rockAlot. I chose to use rockAlot to strike you. Okay, fine. But you're not supposed to use a channel that doesn't relate. She used a channel that was called Melissa Zardinsky. So she made a new channel or a third channel or an old channel she had laying around to strike Kool-Aid because she wanted to spread out the strikes, which is against copyright. It's against YouTube. It's against terms of service. She was taking steps to subvert being punished if YouTube decided to fight her. She made it look like Melissa Zardinsky is a different channel and a different copyright that Kool-Aid violated. Like if YouTube looks at this, they're going to say, wow, this Kool-Aid person not only violated Molly Golightly and Live with Molly Golightly, which is the same person. Wow, this Kool-Aid also violated this other person named Melissa Zardinsky. God, that sucks. This Kool-Aid person's violating lots of people. They're not going to know that Melissa Zardinsky is Molly. They're not going to just know that by looking at it. Because they're not going to go in deep to every account and look at everything. See what I'm saying? If they do have to look at it, they're just going to look at the baseline. My point is, not only did Molly make comments that prove that she struck Kool-Aid with false strikes. So not only do we have her actions and not only do we have the comments, guess what she said in a post on Patreon? At the bottom of that post on Nonsense's channel, she said that she was watching, she couldn't stand watching Michelle's channel. She said this in the Kool-Aid post. I can't stand watching Michelle's channel, but there's a channel that clips Michelle. Oh, I love watching that channel. She's admitting she thinks clip channels are in fair use in the Patreon post where she talks about striking Kool-Aid. So she has done herself in completely. If Kool-Aid was to fight this, if Kool-Aid was to go against Molly, oh yeah, she'd be devastated. Right? And again, I get it because some people can't have Molly getting their info. Because if Molly does, you know Molly's going to dox and attack and just go absolutely ape. I mean, that's what she does. She goes ape shit. What do we got? What's up?
Oh no, right fast. I just want to say, so Kool-Aid said that when she gets a chance, she's going to go back and rewatch your advice you gave. She's got a lot going on, but she's definitely going to take a look at it. And then her apparently Molly's third channel is called Violet the Pug, which is her kids channel. So this may be a fourth channel. I don't know.
That again? The last part?
Her third channel is the kids, like, life coaching or whatever, called Violet the Pug. Like the dog.
She used Violet the Pug to strike Kool-Aid?
No, she just said that's the third one. So this other, the third channel you're talking about outside of like Go Lightly and then the regular, Go Live with is maybe that's a fourth channel. Because her third channel, as far as I know, is Violet the Pug, which is the one she wants to use for the kids life coaching.
I know, but why are we saying that? Why are we talking about the Violet the Pug thing? Are we saying she filed a strike from it or just that it exists?
No, they were just saying that was her third channel.
Okay, I was just making sure. I just want to make sure, I wanted to ask just to make sure I got it straight in my head, because my head is so full of all this garbage. I could literally write a dictionary of the douchery. You know what I'm saying? I could write a dictionary of the dumbness. Like, people out there have no clue. The people don't do what I do or what Nonsense does or what Toastie does or what Heels does because it makes you crazy. You have to be crazy. You have to have a mind that is what's it called? You have to have almost a photographic mind for cringe, right? Because there's a thing called
eidetic.
Yeah, there's a thing called like a photographic mind, like what Navy said, eidetic memory. Eidetic. Say it for me. Say
You
that
have an
word for me.
eidetic memory. Eidetic memory.
Okay. Well, I don't have a photographic memory in terms of like a normal one. But I have been told by teachers and professors that they feel that I have some kind of like photographic memory when it comes to numbers. And that's why I started to code and like I started to do internet work as a teenager, and I started to code computers and write computer code and everything because I kind of do have a little bit of a mind that can remember all that and put it all together and stuff. So what I did when I started going through all the cringe is just kind of like use that part of my head to organize all the stuff I look at. And I learned how to do that when I did my nightly live show, the one that you always saw me watch like back in the day, right? Laughing at conspiracy theorists. Because guys, like we come from a different nightly live show where me and Navy first, started to hang out, where we would cover conspiracy theorists. So this is back before YouTube banned all that shit. And every day I would go through and find flat earthers and sovereign citizens and Karens and every kind of conspiracy theorist you could imagine. And these videos are still on Unirock too. And I had a nightly show where I would just go over all the craziest shit they would say and do every day. And it was freaking hilarious. What I'm doing now with this stuff is very similar to that. I did take a break from the nightly live show for a while, for about a year. But I'm glad we're back to doing it because, it gives me something to do. It keeps my head busy.
And also in the bomb of General Cherie dropped, we had the video of Molly talking to, I guess, like Megan's neighbors or whatever. But she doesn't know if she's going to show the videos according to what Molly's saying. So,
oh, let's take a listen.
Hello, everyone. I just went live, yes.
So this is like the end. See, Molly looks different.
Coming out of her mouth was someone that was very, very young. I don't know where some of her...
Oh, God, I can't do this one right now. It's too long.
Have been with me for the beginning,
We'll look at
from
it
the
in a bit.
beginning. You guys know we love this book. It's called The Language of Letting Go.
The language of letting go. At least you're trying. You see, if you don't grip the neck, you don't have to study how to let go. We get it. You need to study how to let go of the neck. We understand, because you hold it too long. You've held the neck too long many times. One time, that guy almost died. That's when you got in trouble. You know what I'm saying? But you need to go find a book that says, stop grabbing the necks. You don't need to read one that says The Art of Letting Go.
That's a good book, Betty. I'm surprised you didn't get more out of it than what you did.
But,
I liked it. Is it? Bash the Tragedy Pimps. Damn. I didn't know it was animated.
It was the whole free to be thing. And it's like, the audacity of that woman to even come in here it was just...
free to be. You're allowed in my chat anytime you damn want. You can come up in my chat. You can chill. You can make friends. You can have a good time. I don't care if you come in and leave like 9 times. I don't care what you do. Come on and chill. You got a community to replace that shit community, and we're way bigger than anything she's got.
Just what was she thinking?
I'm on a channel with like 5,000 subs, and I'm just beating the Tragedy Pimps like crazy. And I'm not even on my channel with 20-some thousand subs. I'm not even on my channel with 30-some thousand subs.
And to think that she can come in here and conversate.
Yes, I do have a channel with 30-some thousand subs too. I just haven't used it in years.
Like, what? No, that's not okay. What you did to Dolly is not okay. And I'm calling you out, and I'm calling you a liar to your face.
Okay, well, I'm calling you a liar to your face, and you never respond. You never once address any of the stuff that I've exposed you on lying on. And anything I look at from you, I can take something you've said here and then show that you're lying just by listening to something you say here, but you won't address it.
So you guys go to your little crap channels, and they can...
No, she's here. She's fine. We got her back. It's all good. She can come hang on this crap channel. It's crazy because the crap channels do better than you. I don't know how we're ranking channels when like the channel that does really bad is supposedly the good channel, and the channels that are doing really good are the crap channels. But there's something wrong with the ranking system you're using, Betty.
Say, oh, you're victim. I don't care. You are a liar.
You are a liar, and what you did was wrong.
See, this is how we treat people when they come. They're making a claim, right? We don't call them a liar. We don't call them a truth teller. We listen to what they're saying. We give them the validity of taking what they're saying and considering all the details, right? And then we go in and apply all of the information. We do a thing that's called either debunking or confirming. You get me? And the thing about the kind of thing that Free to Be is saying is that until we would have some type of like really hard evidence or a police investigation, we will allow for Free to be considered as making the claim they're making and Dolly making the claim Dolly's making. We'll give validity to both because it's a serious situation. And that's what you don't do. What you do is you are biased. You allow friendships. You allow things that can make you money. You allow exploiting tragedies. You allow lying to be a factor in how you come to a conclusion with information. We don't do that. We don't, the people that watch us don't do that. We don't do that because you've got to be that's the difference between a good person and a bad person. Okay.
And until you acknowledge it, that goes straight to, I have no problem with Free to Be, but you're not going to lie.
So unless Free to Be takes your crappy information and admits that you're right, you're done with Free to Be because Free to Be sucks if Free to Be says something you don't like about your friend. But what's crazy is you actually proved Free to Be correct. Now, I'm not saying you were telling the truth. You could have been lying through your teeth. But if you were telling the truth, if what you said is correct, you said that Dolly wasn't out of his mind drunk. You said Free to Be was too drunk. You said that Dolly was handing out Quaaludes, the Bill Cosby pill, like it was going out of style. And you said Free to Be wasn't. And you said that Dolly got some of that. And you know, so you've admitted all of the pieces of information that we have to determine that Free to Be isn't lying. So the point is, I don't know what parts of what you said can be completely true or false, but you did say one other thing. You said that you know that Free to Be is lying because you called Dolly and talked to Dolly, but Dolly wouldn't tell you the truth. Like if Dolly did something that Dolly shouldn't have done, Dolly wouldn't tell you. Dolly would lie to you. Oh, Dolly doesn't lie to me. Anyone will lie to anyone when it comes to whether they have murmured somebody, arred somebody, because they are going to go to prison for a long time if they've done those things. So I'm sorry, I don't care. I don't care if you're damn Abe Lincoln. You're probably going to lie if you did that.
And it's easily, you can tell she lied because somebody that does that to her, when would you go into their chat for months after it happened, hanging out, you know, making a scene? Because what she lost originally.
Wait. You just said she's going into chats and making a scene. That's what someone would do.
Because she didn't want anybody to know her real name and her address.
Yeah, but you're threatening to dox her and beat her up. So of course they're not going to. The reason she can't. If we imagine that here in this community, all over YouTube, there wasn't a bunch of tragedy pimps that go around doxing and threatening the shit out of everybody. Well, the people out there that are around us, they wouldn't have to hide who they are. If you didn't do this shitty shit, they'd be able to tell us who they are. It's your fault these people can't say who they are. You get people fired. You dox people, threaten to go to their homes. You exploit their address. That is a crime. That is a violation of privacy. You know all those rights you constantly talk about? Yeah, that's you violating all that.
That's what she wanted. And she's talking about Angela. You know, it's me, Angela D, which reminds me, we haven't even heard from Angela D since her stroke. So I hope Angela is doing well. But she was in there.
Yeah.
Angela D.
But if Angela D said something you didn't like, you would wish her dead. That's why nobody likes you, Betty. If we take away your neck choking propensities and just pretend they don't exist. The other reason people don't like you is because you will hate somebody the minute they do something you don't like or say something you don't like, because you're that weak. You are that frail of a person. You are that affected by other people's opinions and words. That's why you dox. It's why you threaten to go to people's homes. And if we look at your record, you ain't threatening. It's not an empty threat. You don't make empty threats. When you've got the opportunity to go run up to someone's home, break all their shit, punch their teeth loose, and choke their neck until someone has to hold a book next to your face, and you're like, what? I'm trying to choke this dude to death. Read the book, Betty. Read the book. I don't want to read the book. I'm trying to kill him. Read the book, Betty. How to release someone from your grasp. Oh, that's how. Oh, hey, I didn't kill him. I'm not a murderer. I'll go yell at every other murderer because I almost did it.
She is one of the sweetest people I know. She has no mean or ill intent in her body. And you know what? It was Frida B didn't want somebody to know her home address.
Wait, so you judge people whether they have a mean or an ill intent in their body. So you think you're a horrible person, right? Like you look in the mirror and you're like, oh God, if I could choke you.
Or her real name. And wanted.
But you can't choke yourself, so you got to choke everybody
Dolly
else.
to process it. Dolly's a busy man. He didn't get
God,
time
the
for that.
projection is strong.
Dolly is a fucking idiot. Dolly is just as frail as you mentally. Dolly is just as weak. Yeah, and they are snowflakes. When they get triggered and act like they do, it's because they're mad that someone else said something. You say something, somebody says some words, it hurts these mofos so bad they gotta dox you and yell at you and act a fool.
Yeah. Well, because they get called out in their bullshit. They pretend to be these like experts on things, and people go, "Oh wait, no, you're not an expert because this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard." They're like, "How dare you?
I'm gonna choke you." Oh, I'm not an expert? Talk to the hands, because the neck's listening.
Feelings hurt because obviously she felt a connection with.
I have to come up with catchphrase. You know how Arnold has catchphrases like "I'll be back." Betty has catchphrases.
Oh, yeah.
I just haven't figured them out yet, but I think that's one of them. Talk to the hands, because the neck's listening.
One of her catchphrases is, "You better be careful. You're going into my binder."
Yeah. Oh, you ready to go into the binder? You going in the binder? I'm a choking. Betty, read the book. Read the book, Betty. The Art of Letting Go. Oh, that's how I let go of necks. Cool.
Dolly, now didn't she? And she thought that she would be special, right? Which she wasn't. And
Binder time.
So she made a big.
Yeah, she walks into a room and there's a bunch of people sitting there. She goes, "It's binder time," and they all start wrapping neck braces and scarves around their necks like, "Oh God, please tell me it's going to protect me."
In his chat, causing problems.
And that's like the end of the sitcom, you know, all the credits start rolling while Betty's going around trying to choke people through neck braces. That'd be a really good show. I'd watch it.
In his business, and he took her collection. Now all of a sudden, after Frida B is no longer special in his world, and
wow, you created this entire narrative over this? You should be a writer. Holy shit. So this is how your mind comes together in this whole situation. Like, Frida B took all the Quaaludes that Dolly gave her and then drank all the liquor Dolly gave her until she could barely walk or talk and was completely subconscious, right? And then Frida B, while she was unconscious, got really upset that Dolly wasn't paying enough attention to her unconscious body. So, like, Frida B went around and lied to everybody.
You know, wants to kick up and start a problem where there wasn't a problem. He took her wrench. She was being.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in that binder. Yeah, that's like Betty's choking assistant. You know, she's out choking everybody, and some little kid's like, "Wow, she's good at choking." And he's like, "There's a lot of people in that binder, kid. You don't want to be one of them." I got 3 neck braces.
She was being wrong. She was wrong in the matter. And so, you know how she repays that? Instead of, you know, getting that wrench back by doing the right thing, she decides to leave, go over to his exes, talk.
You guys know there's a neck brace shortage in that town. Next, like, as soon as Molly had Betty fly into Pennsylvania, there was a whole neck brace shortage in that whole area. All these companies are trying to rush to get neck braces built up together.
Then go on one of his exes live and accuse Dolly. Now, mind you, months later of him, you know, SAing her.
Months later. You keep saying months later, a time later, and all this stuff, right? That's every typical story like this. Betty, again, you have to stop talking about this for Dolly's sake. You're going to get him put in prison. Because the minute that this person, Frida B, decides to go to the cops, they're going to pull your frickin' videos, everything you've said, they're going to play it to the fucking jury, and they're going to put him in jail, because every word coming out of your mouth is a literal part of an essay story. It backs it up.
Yeah. Oh my God. We have magnifying glass emojis. I didn't even think about this. Oh my God. All you got to do. Oh my God. We got several. All you got to do is type in :MAG. :MAG. MAGN. :MAGN. :MAGN. What? How did I do a fail, honey? What'd I do? Oh, yes, the colon, yes. Oh my God! Oh, Lord. Anytime Molly does something dumb or Betty does something dumb, I better see some magnifying glasses or I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna have a Molly episode.
And then when people...
I'm gonna have a Betty. Hell no. I'm gonna be putting y'all in my binder if I don't see some magnifying glasses right now.
Put our feet to the fire and say,
Oh
well,
my
why don't you
God!
call it on record?
Hurry,
Oh,
get the
no,
magnifying
no,
glasses. You see this
binder?
binder?
You might be in this binder. You might be in this binder. You just be
You
careful.
see this binder, boy? You better watch out. I got a binder. Everybody's like, what? Why are we intimidated by a binder? Right? But in Betty's
I know the
head,
law. The law is in this binder.
Yeah, in Betty's head, like everybody's shaking when she pulls out the binder. Okay, Betty goes to a restaurant, right? And she goes in and she's like, I want the best table you have. And the owner's like, who are you? She pulls out the binder and she's just holding the binder. He's like, what the hell is that binder for, right? And get out of here before we call the cops. She just, in her head though, the dude's like, oh, sorry, ma'am. Put down the binder. Put down the binder. I'll get you whatever table you want. Your meal is free. Just put down the binder.
Sorry, if somebody did that to me, we don't allow that to go unnoticed.
Well, and the truth was, she threatened to hit him with the binder and then choke him. It wasn't that she was going to put him in the binder. When she might put him in the binder, she's going to squeeze his head between the binder bolts.
Oh, yeah. It's a little known, like, secret in the community. No one's just talked about it yet. Betty's actually a ninja, okay? But she doesn't have a katana, okay? She doesn't, you know, these are really the Ninja Turtle tragedy pimps. Betty's got a binder and she swings it around like nunchucks, like, and it probably worked good because you know how she could open it up and then grab that side and then flip it so that it closes and grab that side. And then Molly does like 3 flips and she comes in like Michelangelo and she's got 2 magnifying glasses and she's whipping them around like a super ninja. You know what I'm saying?
As a
Somebody has to animate that. I swear to God.
legal matter that it is, and a criminal matter
Teenage Mutant Tragedy Pimps.
that it is. And what she did was absolutely wrong. And for her to come in here knowing that Dolly and I are friends.
We changed it from teenager to middle-aged tragedy pimps.
Oh, middle-aged tragedy pimps. Magnifying glasses, binders. I don't know what Dolly's weapon is, but Olivia has a water bottle. She squirts the bad guy. She's like, I got this from Gabby Petito, motherfucker. Squirt, squirt, you know?
That we have
Middle-aged tragedy pimps exploit the tragedy.
It's like they drive around in a van, right? And it says candy on the side. And instead of Ninja Turtles, it says candy. And someone calls them like, we've got another suicide. We got a 3-person suicide at 200 North 5th Street. And they're like, we're on our way, right? And Olivia's got her bottle. Betty's got her binder. And Molly's got her magnifying glasses.
We have cover cases together.
It's like
they meet
Scooby,
together
it's like
and
twisted Scooby-Doo.
They put them all together and like, exploit. And they go.
Oh, yeah. It's like Captain Planet, okay? They get into a circle and they're like, ready? Go. And hold on, wait, let me find it really quick. It's not Captain Planet. Who is it? Who are the ninjas? No, not Captain Planet. The
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
No, Power Rangers.
Power
Okay,
Rangers,
right.
yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me do this. This is it right here. Okay, guys, look. My dinner's getting cold. We've gone for almost 5 hours, so I'm going to end this with a story of how the tragedy pimps are going to solve their next, how they're going to solve their next mystery. Navy, thanks, buddy. I'll see you down in Discord here in a bit. I appreciate it. We had a great stream tonight, man. Holy shit. It was a good stream.
Hey, thanks for having me on, as always, Bubba.
Anytime, every time, all the time. All right, man. I'll see you down there. Okay. If you want to support my show, you can like and subscribe to UniRock 2, my main channel, and here is rockAlot.
You know all the rest. PayPal.me/Unirock. It's a really good time if you want to support us at PayPal, because the military doesn't pay me for like 2 days. So if you do support me, I will buy Red Bulls and stuff for my streams. If you don't, I just won't drink them for my streams. It's that simple. I don't need to force you to do it like Molly does. And as we go out, I am going to play what happens when the tragedy pimps get into a situation where they need a little more power to solve the mystery. Okay, here we go. Betty, the choker. Olivia with the water bottle. Molly's magnifying glass. Together, they form the Mighty Morphin Tragedy Pimps. Go, Tragedy Pimps. Go, Tragedy Pimps. Oh my God. We've been trying to make money off of this tragedy and it's not working. What do I do, Betty? I know. I'll put my binder into the circle. I'll put my magnifying glass into the circle. I'll put my water bottle into the circle. Together, we form the biggest, coolest tragedy pimp of them all. The super omega tragedy pimp.
Power Rangers! Go, Power Rangers! Go, Power Rangers! Mighty Morphin Power Rangers!
Betty, read the book, Betty. Let go. He's gonna die. Walter is coming back from China. He's coming back. Damn it! Stop saying he's not.
To only use their weapons for defense.
I got this water bottle from Gabby Petito.
No one will ever take them down. The power lies on their side. Go, power.
Molly, power of magnifying glass. Betty with the binder. Olivia with the water bottle. They saved the world.
Mighty Morphin Power
All right, how are we going to take down that nonsense? She's a thorn in our side. Nonsense? What about that rock guy? Oh my God, he sucks. I'm Olivia. What are we talking about? I wasn't paying attention. Betty, let go of Olivia's neck. Read the book, Betty. She just wasn't paying attention. Let go. Read the book. Read the book. Oh my God. Olivia's not reading. Oh no. What did you do, Betty? Oh, you went too far this time.
No one can ever take them down. The power lies on their side. Go, Power Rangers! Go, Power Rangers! Go, Power Rangers! You mighty Morphin Power Rangers! Go, Power Rangers! Go, Power
Tragedy pimps.
Go, Power
Tragedy pimps. Go, tragedy pimps. Give me a super chat or I'm not streaming.